Afternoon, good evening, and good morning from wherever you are, and welcome to The World's Gone Insane. Let's talk about it. I have my dynamic duo joining me this evening in Zam and Shredder. And today, I'm also called Zam. Let me quickly
I'll
change
change
my
it.
name.
I'll do that for you. You just do your thingy.
All right, give me a random shit name, something fun.
Okay. I
Okay,
will.
so quite a lot of things to talk about today. This week, we are going to start with the news because there's a lot of news, and after that, blimey, we've got a text message. Captain
That
Munch,
was
love
me.
it. All right. Yeah, in politics, I've got quite a few things for film and TV, and one or two tidbits about gaming. We might as well start off with Cruella Braverman and the shit show that has been heard this week. You also have to excuse my voice; I'm not very well. Got a bit of a cold. So Suella. Oh, what to do with her? Apparently, not fire her. So the other thing to do is just fucking have to sit there and endure one of the most vile human beings to ever grace British politics. Like this. I mean, do I say human person thing? This thing is either doing everything and anything to get sacked, or is just legitimately this fucking cruel of a human being. So, from her rhetoric of absolute, and by the way, before we go into it, she is an absolute chronic liar, a complete bullshitter. Nothing that comes out of her mouth should ever be believed. She's absolute dog shit in that regard. Prime example were her numbers on migrants coming over. I remember when they were saying tens of thousands are coming over every day and they're a real threat to the country and all this kind of bollocks. Well, not content with punching down on migrants, she's turned the guns on her own people. And the double whammy this week. She has punched down on the homeless, claiming that it is a choice. And she's, of course, losing her goddamn mind over the pro-Palestinian protests. Shredder, do you want to chime in on this? Because my voice is
Well, not only that,
raspy.
she's also committed an offence that she could actually be sacked for, justifiably, as the Home Secretary, in that she undermined the Metropolitan Police.
Mm-hmm.
She penned an article for the Times newspaper where she said that there was a bias from the police towards the left wing. Her reasoning for this was that the police will crack down on the far right when they engage in violent protest, but apparently do nothing when it comes to violence from the left wing. Now, this was in response to a Palestinian march, which about 100,000 people attended, and there were a grand total, I think, of about 10 arrests.
Yep, which is
And
less than a football match.
Exactly, and she thinks this is in any way comparable to any of the far right protest movements that we've seen in this country. Everything from, say, the campaigns to have Tommy Robinson released from prison because idiots don't understand contempt of court laws.
Mm-hmm.
The people who show up to protest against Black Lives Matter and defend statues because the Edward Colston statue got torn down, and people objected to the fact that somebody, quite often, actually, whenever there's a protest march that goes past it, sprayed as a racist underneath the name of Winston Churchill.
Yeah.
And it was interesting to watch the past couple of days. In Parliament, Rishi Sunak seemed to be utterly recoiling whenever Suella Braverman was brought up and her conduct was brought up. Now, normally, if Keir Starmer were to make a comment about, say, oh, Jeremy Hunt, he's been absolutely useless in his position, Rishi Sunak would turn to Jeremy Hunt and they would be having a laugh about it. There'd be some solidarity amongst them. There was none when it came to Suella Braverman. We've had confirmation from Downing Street that the Prime Minister did not authorise the Times article. So she's gone off script there. But he's not sacking her. he's come out and said that he fully stands by her as the Home Secretary. Now, I don't know how much of this I believe. Part of me thinks it's a case of he would rather have her in the tent pissing out than on the back benches pissing in.
That's it. That's exactly
And
it.
that's, I mean,
Yeah.
it's also the reason why she was likely reinstated to the position of Home Secretary, because let's not forget, Suella Braverman, this is her second stint as Home Secretary.
Yep.
She was forced to resign under Liz Truss because she was leaking sensitive information from the Home Office.
Yep.
She was sending emails to a backbench MP, and somebody who wasn't supposed to get them was copied in. Ironically, the documents were on cybersecurity.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, I think it is keeping her close to her frustration. So it's more to see, okay, let's see what she does next, because the rumors are she wants to vie for that for the leadership position.
Yeah, that's one of the big rumors, that once the next general election is over and the Tories lose as expected, or even if somehow Labour fucks things up and actually the Tories squeak by, even with a very, very slim majority, the odds are that Braverman will challenge for the leadership.
Yeah, well, I think she's
Now,
in for a rude awakening.
The far right have been all over her comments. They have been saying that, yes, she's correct when it comes to the policing issue. She's correct when it comes to dealing with homeless people and removing fucking tents, as if that's the biggest issue in the country. Let's tackle the issue of homelessness by removing their fucking tents and proposing this in winter.
Yeah. I mean,
again, this makes absolutely no sense. In normal times, she would have been fired, but we don't live in normal times. The standard, the precedent, really, was set when Bojo the Clown was Prime Minister. He should have sacked Priti Patel when she was the Home Secretary, and she breached the ministerial code. He didn't. Instead, his ethics advisor was the one who wound up resigning because he refused to do it. This is what we're seeing now from Rishi Sunak. This is his moment. This is his version of Boris Johnson and Priti Patel.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, there's not much else to add to that. It's that kind of. But again, from his point of view, I get why he's doing it. It's just fucking stupid, because it doesn't matter what you do now. I mean, there is no political or leadership suicide. When when the rumors are that there might be a general election in spring, there's just no point in doing anything at the moment. So even keeping her there adds more to her frustration than it does to his. So it's interesting to see what happens. But I mean, the absolute lies that she has spouted about the protests has been just shocking. How low British politics has come, and the fact that, and what
unfortunately we're seeing a compliant media also amplify and spread those lies, or not scrutinize them to any kind of degree. I mean, that's why even on the BBC, Jeremy Vine, he had on Femi Olawale. Is that how you pronounce his last name?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and the leader of UKIP on to debate regarding these protests. And the leader of UKIP was talking about how that this is disrespectful, and also making comments about how these were all extremist protests. But again, despite the fact that there were very, very few extremist elements involved, you were always going to get. It doesn't matter what kind of protest movement you get. Peaceful protest will always attract the odd fringe nutter.
Always.
The one or two people who want to fuck things up for everybody else.
Always.
And generally, when those people show up, those protest movements, they cooperate with the police and they point these people out and say, hey, we want nothing to do with them. It's not like what happens when the far right gets involved, where they instead try and punch the police to make sure that the fringe nutters who are out there causing violence or Zeke Heiling or whatever else they're doing don't get arrested.
Yeah.
This is what happens.
I mean, look,
And
when
again,
no, go on. Sorry.
No. Again, I was going to point out the fact is, again, UKIP's leader was called on and invited on to make this point. UKIP, a party that is full of extreme nutters.
Yeah. It's just ridiculous. It's just finding any and anyone that's just going to help fucking, toe the establishment line and support Israel's atrocities. Like, and the we've got to an extreme now where the far right, who are vehemently anti-Semitic for the most part, are now the voice of reason for the Zionists. It's just ridiculous.
Well, there's a video. It's from there's a video doing the rounds on social media from the rapper Loki, and he's pointed out the connections that Israel-funded bodies have in paying people like Katie Hopkins and Tommy Robinson.
Of course. It doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. With every kind of all these kind of weird fringe groups, you'll always find funding from like other far right outlets, and Zionist Israel is no fucking different. It's no different. If you look into the history of the kind of insane atrocities that they have done outside of their own country, such as the false flag attacks in Iran and Iraq against their own Jews, attacks against Americans in Lebanon in the 80s and things like that, it just doesn't fucking surprise me, because the end game is just to solidify their country by any means necessary and to wipe out the Palestinians. And here we have people, and by the way, just to be clear, so there are protests here in the UK that are due tomorrow on Armistice Day. And the whole fear from the media, and it's ridiculous that the media went along with this, despite the fact that it's been debunked a million times, is that they're all going to protest by the cenotaph at 11 o'clock, where people will be out, holding the 2-minute silence. And it's complete bollocks. The protests are planned for 1:45 in the afternoon, way after the 2-minute silence has been held. And it's nowhere near the fucking cenotaph.
Yeah, it's 2 miles away.
Yeah, it's 2 miles away. And I can't remember. I think it was Turning Point or one of these other outlets that was saying to people, we must go down there and, go and protect the cenotaph and all this kind of shit, inviting people out there. And when they realize that the protests aren't going to be there, they're trying to backtrack now and try to say, well, look, if you do go there, just, please be respectful, be quiet, be calm, and all this kind of shit. Because they know that the people that they're inviting are the ones that are going to cause the fucking trouble. When what was it? Just after the Black Lives Matter protests, when the Gammons came into London to do their protest, they weren't there for more than 20 fucking minutes before one of them just threw a punch at a policeman. And what did the policeman do? Just said, "Oh, you can't pass this barrier," and the first punch was thrown. Not 20 fucking minutes. When the Black Lives Matter protests were going, and they were going for hours, peacefully, it was the police and their tactics that aggravated the crowd and caused outbursts. So this fucking bollocks that the police are favorable towards the left. When in the fucking history has the police ever been favorable towards anyone that is against
the arm of the right wing? I just want to add a couple of things.
Yeah, go for it, mate.
I get really upset as an ethnic minority when I see what I call agents of white supremacy do their thing, and Suella Braverman is 100% that is an agent of white supremacy. It's unbelievable. I almost think that she is some sort of sociopath anarchist who gets off on doing the wrong thing, and gets off on fucking going against her own best interest in the long run. When she says stuff like multiculturalism is failed and she's in the position that she's in, she looks like a dumb fucking bitch. And I just, and some of these things are very hard to fathom. You've actually just made me realize that I'm going to make a phone call in a second that I'm supposed to drop somebody to New Scotland Yard tomorrow at around about 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Fuck that. I just realized but I'm picking somebody up at 11:20 in the morning and dropping them to New Scotland Yard. And then you reminded me about all the protests and shit. Like the day the All Lives Matter protest was happening, I purposely took a day off because the last thing I wanted to fucking do was pick up some fucking white supremacists after the march and take him back to fucking Canvey Island. You know what I mean? Or some bullshit like that. There's no fucking chance of that fucking happening.
What time do you pick up tomorrow?
11:20 in the morning. I'm picking this guy up. I'm dropping somebody to Heathrow Airport, and then I was offered some work near Heathrow Airport to go back into London, which is good, which means I don't have to hang around Heathrow for a couple of hours. I can just go straight back into London. But realizing there's a protest, it's going to be a clash of fucking Palestinian protesters and fucking white supremacists. I'm going to fucking kindly ask my work. Look, I'm going to tell them the score straight away. I don't want to do this because of the protest. So if you just give me a second, I'll be back. I'm just going to call my work and let them know right now.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just going to hide you from the stream. You can bring yourself back in.
Right. You mentioned, obviously, Turning Point putting out the call to arms for people to show up. There's also a bunch of football hooligan groups. Tommy Robinson has also encouraged his supporters to show up as well. So, yeah, there is going to be an extreme far-right element and one that is prone to violence. It's one that is known to get in the face of minority groups and throw the first punch. They get pissed up, tanked up on booze. They show up and they are there looking for a fight.
And who do you think they're gonna blame when the violence breaks out?
Oh, absolutely. But as well, they will stand around at the cenotaph on that day and claim, if no Palestinian protesters show up, because again, the march is not going to be anywhere near the cenotaph. They'll claim victory. They'll say, "Oh, we did the right thing. We protected the place." Obviously, you might get one or two people showing up. That's just a fact. You probably will get one or two people trying to show up to the cenotaph, proclaiming pro-Palestinian messages. Now, whether or not that's a genuine pro-Palestinian message or maybe some extreme fucking nutcase who happens to be involved in the Islamic faith, I don't know. Again, we won't know until the day comes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the organizers, who, by the way, the majority of the organizers are Jewish, for those that want to know. They're going out of their way to specifically say, look, we are talking with the police. We are telling them under no circumstances are we not going to protest, because the police requested that they don't do it. And they said no. And they said there's nothing you could do about it. And Suella Braverman is basically pissed off because the police won't crack down on the protest and won't arrest organizers and and stop the protest from happening. Basically, like they are so scared because they're losing. Like, this is the first time in God knows, well, ever, that the Zionists are losing the message now, and so they are pulling out all the stops. I mean, we look at here in Britain and what's going on here, but if you look at what's happened in France and Germany, the police have just cracked down, like no protesting at all, no pro-Palestinian protests at all. They've been really heavy-handed, and it just shows you like democracy is just a fad. A fad. It's a lie. Yeah.
You're talking about the protests in France
and Germany.
I'm kind of surprised because France is known for protesting, and the fact that they're able to then crack down and the Muslim population in certain cities of France are massive, absolutely massive.
Yeah.
The French Islamic population there. So I'm shocked that they're able to somehow let so much shit go in the past, because they were fucking burning the fucking country down not too long ago. And,
Yeah.
and now they're having a go, but now they're having a go with another country, Israel. All of a sudden, fucking France are fucking clutching their pearls.
Look, this
It's beyond ridiculous. It's crazy.
It's pressure. It's pressure because again, people underestimate how powerful the Israeli lobby is, and like Labour is bought by the Israeli lobby right now, and it's the same everywhere. So, if tomorrow the fucking Nazis were on equal plateau and people were okay with it, and they started funding all your politicians, they'd be saying, "Hey, no more talking about atrocities in Germany." It's that kind of shit. But there's pressure from the Americans basically to silence protests around the world, America and Israel. They're trying to pull out all the stops to quell any kind of protests. And in Germany, it's been the most egregious, most anti-democratic approach.
They're the ultimate cucks because they want to be 180, so they don't ever resemble what they once were back in the Second World War. So they will fucking roll out the red carpet for Israel right now. Cousin Cheeto, I will not only cabbie lefties. Trust me, I've had a lot of right wingers in my car, and I pretend to be right wing so they can give me 5-star ratings and tips. If you read Daniel Vance comments, just want to give him. Just once in my life, I want to experience the joy of Irish football. Fans seem to get out the most mundane things. Trust me, the English ones are very good too. You have it's just European football fans in general, mate. You have a female Trump in your country. We have more like a female Ann Coulters in our country. I would say. Would you go with that, guys?
Huh?
Yeah. He says that you have when you talk about Suella Braverman, he said that you have a female Trump. I think more like Ann Coulters. Katie Hopkins.
Suella Braverman is like Ron DeSantis over here.
Yeah.
She's just a fascist bitch.
But she's not smart. She's a dumb bitch. I'm not saying that Ron DeSantis is super smart. Do you remember? I mean, just because he's a lawyer doesn't mean you're intelligent. Look at fucking Ben Carson. The guy's a brain surgeon and he's a fucking idiot. Daniel Vance, do you remember back before the internet? I thought the lack of information was the problem. Well, it's the misinformation, Daniel Vance.
Thank you, Zan. I was going to say, yeah.
It's the misinformation that's the problem. It's information fucking overload with misinformation. And Trump is already touting using the Insurrection Act and place military in cities to quell protests if he's elected again. Well, that's not going to get him. Him saying that is going to fucking hopefully him not get elected. That itself is going to fucking send people to the ballot box to make sure his cunt doesn't fucking get elected, in my opinion. Saying shit like that.
Here's the thing. I mean, the Republicans are describing pretty much everything as an insurrection nowadays. I mean, we'll probably get onto it at some point, but
except for their own insurrection.
They don't. We'll obviously describe January 6th as an insurrection, but everything else that they can think of when it's something that is a protest effectively against them or one of their positions, they'll call it an insurrection.
Yeah, it's because they learned a new word, so they're like, "Oh, insurrection!
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, is that what that means? Oh, we'll use that now. We're done with
exactly.
We'll use insurrection."
With regard to what's going on Armistice Day, though, I mean, the fact is, again, this whole narrative that it's disrespect, because Rishi Sunak has also waded into this, saying that he thinks that holding the protest on Armistice Day, which is calling for a ceasefire, is somehow disrespectful.
Yeah.
Now, what else would be disrespectful? I mean, do we close pubs on Armistice Day? I mean, would that not be disrespectful? To keep pubs open?
Yeah.
Betting shops, how about we close those down for Armistice Day? How about we close down all the shops? We close down cafes, cinemas, etc. I mean, isn't it disrespectful, for people to, sit and have a coffee rather than go and attend some memorial?
Yeah, exactly. Just ridiculous.
I mean, how is it more offensive to call for a ceasefire in a conflict on Armistice Day of all days than keeping a pub open?
Yeah, exactly. It's just...
What really annoys me as well is that the people who are bringing up this narrative, a lot of them are hardcore racists, and it's an excuse to bash brown-skinned Muslim people. I mean, yesterday and the day before, actually, on Twitter, a couple of things were trending for the whole day. Enoch Powell was trending for the whole day. There was a bunch of racists posting stuff saying that Enoch Powell was right in the Rivers of Blood speech. Now, funnily enough, they didn't go into which part they consider right. I think we all know which part they meant. The whole thing about the black man having the whip hand over the white man. That's the part that they think that Enoch Powell was right about. You know, despite the fact that, you know, it's 2023. The Rivers of Blood speech was what year?
Oh God, back in the 20s, wasn't it?
No, it was the 60s,
no,
wasn't it?
60s, yeah, the 60s. Sorry,
It was either the 60s.
1920s was the anti-fascist dust up that we had. Yeah, it was in the 60s. Yeah, 19. I don't remember when, but
hang on, Rivers of Blood. It was 1968.
That's it.
So yeah, it was the 60s. So again, we're nearly 60 years on from that, and yet Powell was proclaiming, what was it, 15 or 20 years that the black man would have the whip hand over the white man. Still not the case today.
No.
Also trending on Twitter the other day, we had Tommy Robinson, again, a bunch of racists proclaiming that everything he said was correct, despite the fact that he
got reinstated, didn't he?
Yeah, he had his account. He and Katie Hopkins both had their accounts reinstated by Musk.
Yeah, and then they wonder why platforms like Sony are fucking pulling out of integrated.
Well, we'll get to that later. I mean, the failures of Douche Wayne, always a highlight in this podcast. Another thing, unfortunately, that was trending was Douglas Murray. Douglas Murray has been doing the rounds of certain studios, and he's been making some very, very fucking racist comments, saying that the First Minister of Scotland, Humza Yousaf, is more of an ambassador to Palestine than he is First Minister of Scotland. He doesn't care about Scottish people, and he thinks Scotland's too white.
Yeah, fucking idiot.
So
you know a YouTuber called Mr. Who's the Boss?
Yeah.
No,
he's massive. I mean,
he's a tech channel.
Excuse me. He's got almost 17 million subscribers.
Yeah, it's a tech channel.
He just did a poll the other day, and he just said it was very simple. Is Elon Musk good for society? 61% of people said yes.
Say that again.
He just wrote he did a poll on one of his videos or on his channel saying, is Elon Musk good for society? And a good for society, to be more precise. And 61% of people said yes. I hit no straight away, and I was part of the 39. But my God, like, you know, people are, you know, we got the whole fucking bunch of cousin Cheetos on that fucking thing, you know, hitting that yes button, you know, but yeah.
Again, here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? There was widespread support for Enoch Powell after the Rivers of Blood speech. We look back on that period and think, you know, my God, that was one of the worst things, one of the worst speeches that was ever given.
And now it's every day. It's a standard acceptance.
No doubt. But you see what Twitter's become now. It's become, you know, a right wing circle jerk and stuff like that. And I'm just, you know, what he's done to it. The fact that his space program's a pile of fucking shit. His cars are fucking blowing up. His super van or super truck is not indestructible. All of these, he's been looking like a charlatan for a while, you know, and yet people still think he's great, you know. Yeah.
The thing is,
I would be happy too.
Yeah, you know, when you worship your heroes, people just aren't. They stay in their echo chambers, so they're very unlikely to see all the facts. And even if they did, they'll just fucking make excuses.
Anyway. Again, you ask for popular polling on, depending on what the outlet is. I mean, remember we had this poll 7 years ago, and 52% of people who were eligible and cast a vote for it voted for Brexit.
Yeah,
you know. So again, I don't take polls like that because again they can be skewed depending on what the audience is. For example, if you've got a bunch of tech bros who think cryptocurrency is great for the world, or they think Elon Musk is somehow a tech genius, then of course they're going to say that he's good for the world. Whereas I think if you were to ask most people who look at the bigger picture, they would say probably not. I mean, it's why Twitter's user base is down. It's why their stock price has crashed. It's why, again, more scrutiny is being there's more scrutiny going into his business operations. But going back to the topic that we were originally discussing, which again was the Armistice Day protest,
Yeah.
I really don't fucking get how any Tory MPs have the nerve to say that it's disrespectful, particularly when a bunch of them have just recently tried to make the whole event about themselves. I don't know if any of you saw
doing
this.
their nice little poses next to the poppies.
Yes, they have been kneeling down, posing, planting little crosses with a poppy on them in the Garden of Remembrance.
Yeah.
There's
I have
at
a poppy
least
right
6 of
behind
them.
me, by the way.
2 of them I recognize. One is Brendan Clark Smith, and the other was Michael Fabricant.
Yeah.
Just want to quickly get to Cheeto here. SpaceX has become a pile of shit now, unfortunately, simply because the guy in charge, Elon Musk, is not focusing on it.
I want you stupid fucking Twitter.
You know, he's too busy trying to be the Lex Luthor of
if you want
of today's world. You
I've
know,
got a picture.
you...
It's just hang on 1 second. Yeah, I'll tell you what I did.
There's a picture of all 6 of them. I'll send you that now, Penny. 1 second.
Yeah, I've got it. Don't worry.
Buying Twitter, Cheeto, has ruined SpaceX, in my opinion. He's more interested in fucking tweeting and circumventing society in a way that would suit him, and having people worship him more than he gives a fuck about going to space. It's not fucking happening. Maybe not enough. Maybe by the end of our lifetimes, but it's not fucking happening anytime soon.
There you go.
That's for sure.
Look at that. Just absolutely. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a shit. If they give a fuck as well, and this is the thing that
hate virtual signalers, and then look at this. This is virtual.
Yeah, this is just virtual signaling. Exactly. Fucking idiots. What pisses me off as well is like these are the same people. They don't give a fuck. Like they let soldiers rot once service is over. There's no fucking support network. They don't give a fuck. Like these people don't know what patriotism is. You know, patriotism is looking after your people, not fucking letting them rot and shit and giving us record numbers of child poverty, starvation, the absolute massacring of disabled people by cutting their benefits. I mean, my God, the UN the other day said that there is gross human rights violation in Britain over the poverty levels. Like, there's your condemnation. That's your patriotism right there. And I get sick and tired with these. And the other thing as well that really fucks me off is all these gammons that talk about sovereignty and we left the EU because we want to be a sovereign nation and all this kind of shit and be total control.
Take control of our... Yeah.
When the fucking war in Ukraine broke out, oh, would you look at that? The entire Tory party and half the country was fucking run by Russian oligarchs. All right? Not to mention, as we've talked about, Israel literally dictating policy and fucking and speech in a foreign country such as the UK. The Americans fucking interfering with our elections and our politics as well, and us just fucking selling everything off to them. Where's the fucking sovereignty? We don't have sovereignty. The bourgeoisie do not fucking actually care about the shit that they tell you to care about. They just rile you up to distract you, and meantime they're selling your grandmother's ashes for fucking cocaine in the back of the alley. They don't give a fuck about you. And I'm just sick of this virtual signaling basically from the right, when it doesn't mean anything. It's bollocks.
Oh yeah, and look at all the virtue signaling over the wearing of a poppy. I mean, you know, how dare you not wear a poppy? I mean, I don't wear. I'll put money in the tins, no issue, but I will not wear one because one, a lot of the politicians who insist on wearing them are more than happy to launch wars in Iraq. We had the Tories obviously supporting the bombing of Syria. Mm-hmm. I find it galling when the military paints poppies on the sides of tanks and Chinook helicopters.
Yeah.
I find that utterly sickening.
It's a slap in the face to those that fought against fascism.
Well, again, it wasn't the whole point of never again.
Yeah.
But again, and it was also hijacked by the far right as a symbol. I mean, the BNP wore hijacked the poppy for their political gains. UKIP hijacked the poppy for their political gains. And again, it was to the point where I'm more than happy to donate to the Royal British Legion, but I will not wear one of those poppies now because I don't like what it's become.
I can't wear one because I'm Greek, and what the British did to the Greeks after we chased out the Nazis was just despicable. You know, they caused the fucking civil war in our country. They literally armed Nazi collaborators and freed Nazi collaborators and gave them guns just to stop communism from coming into Greece. And it wasn't the same communism that of Russian communism, because we had no intention of ever joining with Stalin's lot. Okay, Greek communism was Greek communism. It was a very Greek thing. And, we had years, decades, up until the 80s of absolute hardship and juntas and bullshit, thanks to the British. So, no, there's no fucking way I'd wear a poppy. For me, for us, it's not. It's a symbol of never-ending war and colonialism. So, bollocks to that. That's me personally. That's why I'll never wear one. But if somebody wants to, I don't care if they want to wear a poppy. Like, I'm not fussed.
I have a poppy behind me. I just gave a quid there. I saw a couple of old-time military guys dressed up with their ribbons and badges and all of that sort of stuff, and I just felt
it's a personal choice.
But I keep the poppy there, just how it is. I just want to quickly respond to Cheetah Good. I cannot wait to be SpaceX to prove you wrong. I want to be proven wrong. I'm desperate to be proven wrong. Please prove me wrong. I want to eat my fucking words on this because we're nerdiverse like Cheeto. I'm not a Musk, but yeah, I want these things to happen. That you get it. I want these things to happen. I'm pissed off that with the way the direction Musk has gone since he bought fucking Twitter. This shit's on the back burner. We don't hear enough about it. We don't see enough of it. He's focused on other things. It's been almost 15 years since he said it's almost been 15 years since he said that we'll be in Mars in 10 years. He's full of fucking shit. He's the last person you want in charge of this sort of shit when it comes to this sort of innovation. He's just a fucking charlatan and a cunt and a fascist as well. Right. So fuck him and fuck his innovations.
We'll get to Space Karen again in a bit.
We'll get to that, and we'll also get to Francis' point later on. Just with regard to the poppies, though, it's as well, though, it's maddening the stories that have been doing the rounds about how the left doesn't want you wearing a poppy, or the left is attacking poppy vendors. So, for example, we had a report. There were two incidents at I believe it was Edinburgh Waverley Station. So one of them was, supposedly related to a poppy vendor being attacked, which turned out to be completely false. Police Scotland have said they looked over the CCTV. Yeah. There was no evidence of it. The other incident was a man racially abusing somebody. It was racial abuse and racial assault.
Yeah.
But again, the far right, including Kelvin McKenzie, the former editor of The Sun, he picked up that story and ran with it, saying, well, pro-Palestinian protesters don't want you wearing a poppy. They've attacked poppy vendors. And he's refused to apologize when it turned out it ain't fucking true.
No, it's not true at all. In fact, I think it was an old man who made the claim, and there was two pictures of him. They said, "What are you? Are you SAS or you're a fucking paratrooper? Make up your mind." So it might be issues of stolen valor as well with the guy that made the claims.
It wouldn't surprise me because Britain First had a tendency to do that. They would pose as a veterans charity. They would pose with banners saying that they support veterans, almost like they were a veterans charity. When an actual veteran confronted them, Paul Golding threatened to assault the man, but he then eventually fucked off because he realized that, wait a minute, the odds are the police might actually show up to this.
Exactly. Just fucking ridiculous.
Not surprised that he was going to assault the guy. Not surprised at all.
No. Okay, well, that's it on the on the Poppy front, and Suella Braverman being an absolute dick bottom. I'm sure we'll be back here next Friday
I hate
talking
her.
about.
I hate it so. Hate it with a
Yeah,
passion. Her, pretty,
yeah.
like these these people on my race. I fucking despise them. Her, Rishi Sunak, fucking Pretty fucking Patel. I fucking hate them all. I fucking despise them. You know, oh god, it pisses me off so much. It drives me nuts.
Well,
Yeah.
speaking of minorities in the Tory party, I take it this would be a good time to move on to Baroness Vasi.
Oh, you a fucking wonderful mind reader. Yes, go for it.
Well, no, you've got it on the docket, so
I do. Yes.
You
Let
take
me
it
get the clip.
because I've got something to say about Baroness Vasi afterwards.
Yeah, and this is what made it all that more shocking. That you know, I'm not a Varsi fucking supporter. I'll just go to Navarro Media and get their clip of it. 1 second. Let me see if I can find it. You guys carry on chatting.
Yeah,
Sam,
this
if
was
you want to chime in on the comments or whatever, I don't know.
So again, this was Baroness Vasi making a statement against the conduct of the Tory party. Now, it's been getting a lot of praise. Some of it deserved, some of it I think unjustly deserved. But again, I'll get to my take on it once the clip has been played and once
It's spelled
you guys
Watson,
have chimed in on it.
There we go. Right. Okay.
I'm sorry. Just going to the comments here.
Yeah.
It's because the FCC is holding SpaceX Starship Heavy has been ready to fly for months. He just have like one of his test ships blow up and stuff, and then he tried to put a spin on it, you know, regarding that. I mean, this Starship Heavy, is it ready to take a whole bunch of people into fucking space? I mean,
and by the way, Cheeto, you want an organization like the FCC. Well, I don't think it's the FCC though. That's the Federal Communications Commission. But you want an organization that is going to do an environmental impact review into a project as big as that.
Yeah.
And if they are holding it up, then it's probably for a good reason, which means that Musk hasn't got his shit together.
Yeah, and considering he's a welfare queen and it's their fucking money, they have every right to investigate everything. You know, he's not working off of profits here; it's government handouts. Okay, so I'll just get this up, and I can't believe I'm actually sitting there going, "Yay!" Anyway, all right, here we go.
Now to the former Conservative Minister, Baroness.
Can you hear that all right?
Vasi. Thank you so much for being on the programme. We've been talking there about the protests, which I do want to get to on. But first, I just want to talk about the situation in Gaza. You know, the Hamas-run health ministry is saying 10,000 people are now losing their lives. I mean, your heart just breaks, doesn't it, for the people killed in the attack in Israel, the children, civilians dying in Gaza. You know, what are your sort of reflections?
I mean, we're a month into this now, and I was looking at some figures today, and more Palestinian children have been killed. And there is no way that we can sit here and justify and watch this unfolding before our eyes and not find the moral authority to say enough. If bombing was the answer, until the occupation comes to an end, what next? Where's the political process? Where's the human? I also think that it's emboldened Prime Minister Netanyahu, a Prime Minister who
is how unprepared we are.
In allegations.
Yeah.
There's many people who would say, look, we don't.
I had the clip, but I lost it.
We don't support his policies, but Israel has to react to put the opposite point of view. How should Israel react?
So at what point does she start talking about Suella Braverman?
Have been taken hostage.
Heard there Baroness Neville Jones saying that she is worried about them effectively fostering extremism. Do you
for Hamas, nor are they these groups?
Anyone who vandalises the cenotaph on a protest should be jailed faster than their feet can touch the ground.
Sophia, somebody whose grandfather served in the British Indian Army, who served in the wars, somebody whose great uncle was taken prisoner of war, somebody who still has family serving in our British Armed Forces. There is nobody like my family who understands the value of the sacrifices that were made and the value of our armed forces and the value of the cenotaph. And that's why what disgusts me is that these protests had been planned for weeks. They were in discussions with the Met Police for weeks. The route was well away from the cenotaph for weeks. And yet last week, the Home Secretary decided to embolden and make this a political issue, to embolden the far right, to make this a political issue, knowing full well, and she'd been briefed by the Met, of what the route of the march was going to be and the fact that they didn't have concerns at this stage. She has now made this a live political issue.
Why do you think she's done that?
And because that's the way she operates, right? She fights culture wars. She doesn't fix things. She breaks things.
Yeah.
And so I have been speaking to the protesters and I've been saying to them, when your Home Secretary starts to become dangerous and divisive and isn't keeping communities together, then communities need to step up and be the responsible ones. And if that means that you have to think about postponing, then you're going to have to be the adults in the room.
You think
And
she's
one of the
dangerous,
things, I think she's dangerous and she's divisive. If you look at her rhetoric, it is always about pitching A against B. You know, this, I've said this before, we have now,
That's rich.
sadly, some of my colleagues in government who project as patriots, but they are indeed arsonists. They set this country alight. They pit community against community. They create these fires, and that is not the job of a government. The job of a government is to keep us all safe, and you do that by creating a sense of ease, not by fighting culture wars. So the question for us now is, and when I've been speaking to the protesters, the question for them now is, if we postpone, and they were in discussions with the Met on this, what happens when formal organisations step away from an organised march and we end up with informal groups, of which many have made arrangements to travel down here? So there's no proper policing, there's no proper management, there's no formal umbrella bodies. Do we create a more difficult situation on Saturday than if we continued with a formal march? So my advice to them has been, if you can postpone in a way which effectively means the police can police any fringe groups that may then fill that vacuum, that would be a good approach to take. But what we don't want to do is formal organisations to step back and make the job of the Met Police far harder, and all because the Home Secretary decided to make this a political issue and fight yet another culture war, a war that she didn't need to fight.
Okay, strong words with that.
Okay, so strong words by Varsi. The only time that I will give her a thumbs up for what she said, but she's still part of the problem. Cheeto, Shredder.
Yeah, I definitely would not give her any credit, because she was a large part of the problem in the fact that when the Tories gradually moved to this position that they're in now, where people like Priti Patel and Suella Braverman have been involved in extremist rhetoric, such as what we've heard from them in the past. Again, Priti Patel was probably the most extremist Home Secretary we've got. Braverman's probably a close second in my book.
Yeah.
But
I'll put Braverman over Priti Patel right now. I'll swap him over.
Well, again, it's a close second in my book, but I want to remind people, this is what Sayeeda Warsi talks about, stirring up division and pitting A against B. This is a leaflet, an election leaflet I'm going to read from, where Sayeeda Warsi not only spoke out against immigration, but she also tried to pander to BNP voters. So this is what it said. Sayeeda Warsi on asylum and immigration. Sayeeda believes that our country can be rightly proud of the fact that Britain has consistently provided refuge for people who have fled genuine persecution. Britain has also welcomed immigrant workers like Sayeeda's family, who came to Britain to work and have made a huge contribution to the success of this country and have enriched our society with their customs and culture. Sayeeda Warsi and the Conservative Party support immigration that benefits Britain. However, under Labour, the people of Britain and local people here in Dewsbury, Hickmanwick and Mirfield have been let down by Labour on asylum and immigration. Sayeeda says, quote, under Labour, our country has gained a reputation for being a soft touch for economic migrants, posing as asylum seekers who come to Britain not to make a contribution, but to take advantage of our generosity. Labour's mismanagement has meant that the asylum and immigration system is in chaos, out of control, and shambolic. Yeah, do you know who would be classed in that category? Sayeeda Warsi's family. She wants to talk about economic migrants. Her family came to this country to make a better life for themselves.
You don't
They came
say.
because it was a better economy.
Yeah.
She's again one of these politicians. I've mentioned this name before, Manchichi Bounagri. She's one of these politicians who wants to pull the ladder up. She made her career campaigning about pulling the ladder up for the next generation of migrants.
Yeah.
But here's what else was on the leaflet. Are you thinking of voting BNP? Think again. 1. The BNP polled 1,632 votes at the last general election. They cannot win this parliamentary seat. 2. The BNP therefore cannot deliver. 3. If you vote BNP, you are allowing Labour to creep in with more political correctness and uncontrolled immigration and asylum. If you want an end to political correctness, an end to yob culture, a tough stance on crime, a stop to Europe dictating to Britain, and controlled immigration, vote Conservative, the only party that can deliver and put you first.
The yob culture, they need yobs. They're fucking part of their voting base, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, but the thing is,
sorry,
just quickly.
Here's the thing as well.
Oh,
we've also got an interview from her in I believe it's just 2010, and she said the BNP supporters have some very legitimate views and described immigration as out of control. And she criticised the Archbishop of Canterbury, of all people, for suggesting that Sharia law in parts of Britain could foster social cohesion. You know, Sharia law courts similar to the Jewish arbitration courts.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh God, sorry, I need to sneeze. No, I'm okay. Yeah, I mean, but listen, there is one thing when you weaponize immigration, and there's another thing when you fucking cut and slash the home. Oh God, what's the name of the fucking depot? Home Office. Thank you. There you go. The Home Office numbers. All right, to record low, where they're basically a skeleton crew trying to handle mass migration, and you change laws where there are no safe routes, and yet you still get a record number of people coming into this country. So you can't even weaponize that anymore when people have seen huge demographic shifts in their own cities under the Tories. You know, you can make your arguments on immigration all you want, blah, 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 blah. But my argument for immigration is always this. If you don't want them coming over, stop bombing their fucking countries. That's the only way you're going to solve that. Because
a couple of things why people wonder why people want to come here in the first place. For me, it's two things. One of them is the language. I mean, English is the language of the world. So many people speak it. It'll be a lot easier for them to come here, you know, because a lot of these people can speak English already. And the second thing, it might not be so obvious for some people, but I think it's kind of obvious for me. Premier League football. Fucking honestly,
it's the number one draw in this country, mate. The number one
massive.
Draw.
You know, people all over the world are Man United, Liverpool, Arsenal fans. You know, it is humongous. You know, and they want to come to the country where their football team plays and all of that. You know, and people don't realize how much of a big draw it is. Football is the world football reason.
But the thing is, look, let's be realistic. The numbers of mass migration into countries compared to what Britain gets to other countries is fucking minimal. It's minuscule. Yet they over here they act like it's a fucking flood of migration coming in. And I'm not just talking now with the whole boat situation. I'm talking the entire history of the UK. You know, we've always had like a lot lower numbers compared to literally any other fucking like even France gets way more. The Germans get way more. Fucking like Muslim countries get way more Muslims migrating into their countries than we get over here. In Africa, the same fucking thing. But again, it's weaponizing and making something more extreme than what it is, and yet not finding a real solution for it. Because if again, like I've said before, my biggest argument with the far right is with right wingers in general who are anti-immigration. Like I'm not like massively pro-immigration myself in the sense that just open the floodgates. What I'm pro is people not having to uproot their whole fucking life and leave everything behind and come to another country only to be fucking abused for it. Like I want people to move because they just want to move. They want to try different things, work in different areas, plug gaps, and or just have fun with life. Not fleeing.
I look at it as karma.
Up, you know,
I look at it as karma because this country we're living in right now
100%.
has tried to colonize the world. Now, a lot of the people in this country are from those colonized countries. They're just coming back to the fucking motherland. And then a lot of people in this country have a problem with it. Well, if you fucking weren't colonizing our countries in the fucking first place, we wouldn't feel like we had to fucking leave with you taking all our fucking resources and everything. And we want to try and find more opportunities. And those opportunities have to be in European parts of the world. So that's why we're fucking here in the first place. You know, and somebody from a
it's more the fact that you know, with the IMF and all that, we plunge these countries into poverty. We steal their resources. We only allow chaotic governance in there, and because of that, we still do it to this day. Colonialism hasn't ended; it's just kind of shifted to how it's done. Rather than going in with the military, you just go in with corporations and a couple of guns to fund other people to do the dirty work for you. And I always say to people, look, if you don't want migration into this country, then you have to fight to stop British and American companies selling arms and destroying these other fucking countries, which opens the floodgates in the first place. Like, your utopia starts with being vehemently anti-war, but they don't see it like that. They just keep thinking, they're just here to nick all our benefits and all this shite.
Well, I'm trolling the fuck out of those Paul Kirby's and Lauren Foxes of the world who want to fucking take our country back and shit like that. I'm telling them it's my country now, motherfucker. It's my country now. You know what I mean? And, you know, the chickens are coming home to roost. You know what I mean? You colonize us, we're going to colonize you. You know what I mean? But obviously, I say that
women.
I say that in the fact that because I want to obviously scare the Jabibas out of these fucking dickheads and troll them. You know, because you know, obviously living in London, I fucking love it. You know, I love the multiculturalism of our city. You know, I love the fact that
don't stop doing that. I love it. That's great fear mongering. Anything else anyone wants to add?
Yeah, I'll add a couple of points. Zam is half right when he talks about the English language being a big reason that people wind up coming to this country, particularly as refugees. The English language, being known by a number of them, is one of the main reasons they would come here over, say, France or Germany, where they would have to learn a whole new language. The other is that generally they have family connections here.
Yeah,
those are the two main reasons that anybody fleeing from a war-torn country generally comes to this country. Again, either they know English, it's one, the other, or both. Either they know English, or they've got family here, or both. So there is that. A lot of the rhetoric, unfortunately, has not changed since the 1930s when it comes to the far right and scaremongering about immigration. So there's a piece from the Daily Mail in the 1930s that was saying German Jews pouring into this country. And this was actually written, I believe it was about a day or two, or it might have actually been the very day of Kristallnacht. It said,
fucking hell.
It said, the way stateless Jews from Germany are pouring in from every port of this country is becoming an outrage. I intend to enforce the law to its fullest. In these words, Mr. Herbert Metcalf, the Old Street magistrate, yesterday referred to the number of aliens entering this country through the back door, a problem to which the Daily Mail has repeatedly pointed. Now, we see columns like this in newspapers across the country to this very day, and in particular, the Daily Mail, talking about all these people flooding in through the back door. And this was done in 1938 on Kristallnacht.
Yeah. Oh, man, you can go back further than that. You could talk about the Saudi migration into Liverpool and how they fearmongered that.
Oh, I mean, let's talk about. Let's talk about that. I mean, the fact is, right? Peter Hitchens, back in 2015, he put out a column where he was, when we were talking about at that time, I believe David Cameron was talking about accepting, what was it, 5,000 people a year?
Yeah.
Yeah. and including one. There was also a bunch of scaremongering from newspapers because we were accepting child refugees, and the Sun, for example, they ran a front page where they took photos of the people who the child refugees, supposedly ran them through some age analysis software, and it concluded that these were all grown adults. There was another organization, they clapped back at them, and they did another picture of teenagers, and it came up with ages ranging. I think the youngest one that they came up with was 15 years old, but they were coming up with answers like, these people are 21, 22, 23. It was the England under-15s rugby team.
There you go.
But Peter Hitchens at the time, he was saying in response to letting in these refugees, including children, he said we would be destroying our own country if we let in those few thousand people at Calais who were fleeing from Islamic State, and that we had a responsibility to look after the country we inherited from our parents. So 20 years earlier, we had let in several thousand Albanian Kosovan refugees, and they clearly destroyed the country, didn't they? Or there was 1992, we let in thousands of Bosnian refugees fleeing from Yugoslavia to settle here after that country collapsed. 40 years prior, we had the Vietnamese refugees. They risked being eaten by sharks in the South China Sea to get here because they were fleeing the communist north. I mean, letting those people in, that was a betrayal of our ancestors that we inherited the country from, wasn't it? Or maybe,
I mean, if you look at the Chinese really and all the troubles they cause in this country. Yeah.
Well, let's see. 1973 to 79, we let in Chilean refugees to escape from the brutal regime of his hero, Margaret Thatcher's good friend, Augusto Pinochet. I mean, that started the decline of the UK, didn't it? No, it wasn't them. No, I think we would look back at the 28,000 Ugandan Asian refugees that came here in 1972. When they were kicked out of their homeland by Idi Amin.
Look,
that really ruined the country.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Or how about all the Hungarian refugees? That we let into the country.
Was that in the 50s, wasn't it?
That was after it was after the uprising against the communist regime.
Yeah.
Cheetah's ancestors.
They filled shortages in our labor market at the time. We also had between 1945 and 1960, 50,000 refugees from the Soviet Union. Let's see, we had 250,000 Polish refugees who fought in the British Army and fled communism during the Second World War. Again, we had the Jews who were escaping Nazi Germany. We all know how much they destroyed our heritage. There was the 4,000 Basque child refugees that fled the Spanish Civil War. 250,000 Belgian refugees who were granted asylum into the UK during the First World War. 200,000 Russian and Eastern European Jewish refugees granted asylum from 1880 to 1914. We have got a long fucking history of welcoming refugees, and not once it caused the collapse of the country.
No. Thatcher caused the collapse of the fucking country, and her policies, and
this next batch of refugees. This next batch of refugees is going to be the one that causes the destruction of the country. It's bullshit. When you look back at all these previous times, we've let in thousands and thousands of people, and again, I'm proud of that. That's something I'm proud of the fact we let in all these people who were desperately fleeing persecution and war.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially like in the latter half of the 20th century when we're the ones fucking causing all of the bloody wars. So
but nowadays again, it's people like Douglas Murray who've effectively mainstreamed things like the Great Replacement theory. His columns, frankly, it's like you've taken a Katie Hopkins column from when she wrote for the Daily Mail and given somebody a thesaurus to rewrite it.
Yeah.
And again, it's the same argument. It's like, oh, European leaders want to replace the white population, or these Muslims are going to come over here, spread terrorism, rape your women and children.
Oh, it's just fucking ridiculous. Meanwhile, we're over in Thailand, fucking kids. Expats are going over to Thailand and fucking kids. So,
sex tourism.
And
Gary
let's not
Glitter
forget.
was one of
Let's
them.
not. Yeah, let's not fucking forget that was Cambodia.
Vietnam.
That region
Was it
doesn't
Cambodia or
matter.
was it Vietnam?
sorry. Yeah,
I
sorry,
think
that
it was
region.
Cambodia. Double check. Might be Vietnam, but that region anyway. And let's not forget that all the fucking East End gangsters that lived in their thousands in the fucking Costa del Sol, and all the fucking crime that they brought around that area. So yeah. We, other people coming in. Look, not everyone's perfect. Obviously, like in my area, Albanians are a huge fucking problem. But c'est la vie. You're going to get that with everyone. It's just up to the authorities to act accordingly. It's as simple as that. But we're no fucking. We're rated, like I say, British people are rated among the least liked tourists and expats or immigrants, let's say, that leave this country. So, yeah.
Well, we don't do very well
ridiculous.
abroad. We're fucking idiots when we go abroad.
Yeah, going to bloody.
I
My cousin, although he's like me, well, he's half Italian, half Greek, but he's the epitome of a British tourist in that he'll go abroad and he'll just want to eat fucking McDonald's and have chips and steak and all this kind of shit. And I'm like,
it could be antisocial as well. There's a clip of this Liverpool fan. The guy must have been in his 50s or 60s, and he snuck up, went up alongside this one guy who was just minding his own business, and then tipped him into a fucking fountain.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Have you seen that clip?
I've seen that clip.
Yeah. Like, why? Like, what are you doing?
Like,
like mind your own fucking business. He did it for a fucking laugh. Like. It's just,
it's that kind of shit. Exactly. And that's what people hate about us.
We have a terrible drinking culture. Sorry, Shred. We have a terrible drinking culture in this country because it stems to the fact that we have we have to close our pubs by 11, so people are getting sloshed up to 11. If we could change that and maybe keep our pubs open for a lot longer, there will be a period where everyone will be getting drunk forever, or maybe for about a good 10 years. But eventually, people won't feel like the need to fucking get pissed all the fucking time and wait till 11 o'clock.
We brought in
for longer.
We brought in the late licenses, and then just in typical British fashion, everyone just complains and made it a lot harder for pubs to kind of purchase those licenses, and they made it too fucking expensive. So we went back to square one of just continuing to be a binge drinking nation. Oh, the only good news is that younger generations are just not drinking and doing drugs at the same rate as our generation and previous generations.
A lot of them can't afford it, that's why.
It's just not part of their culture anymore. Social media and obsession with fitness or buying, microtransactions or games and all that. But just the social aspect of it's just not there anymore among younger kids today. That they're more obsessed with like fitness and health and just gaming 24/7 and being antisocial on social media than they are hanging out. Because again, our generation will hang out in parks and just do fucking drugs. Like, I had a friend who OD'd, 14 years old, ODing on fucking heroin. We saved his life, but that's that kind of culture that was just normal, just getting tanked up and doing drugs in the fucking park and doing shit. Whereas the younger generations, they're just not interested in that. And the newspapers were complaining. They're saying, "Oh, millennials, Gen Z aren't fucking drinking." I'm like, well, fucking pick a lane. We're either binge drinkers or we're not drinking enough, But then there's the other report that came out that British women are the biggest binge drinkers on the planet. Fucking let's go, mate. We're number one. But again, for younger generations, it's not. By the time in like 2-3 generations, there'll just be no fucking hardly any pubs left. just people aren't going there anymore. It's just, you know, it's too expensive. Nobody cares about it.
Well,
And, it's good.
since
I like
I became a cab driver, and I've been doing this job now for over 10 years, I can't fit alcohol into my life because I drive almost every day. So it's impossible for me to get drunk or drink even, just generally. But there was, like 5 years ago, there was one occasion where I was going to take the following day off. It just so happened that a friend of mine who I've known all his life was getting married the following week, and he had this stag night at his house. He lives 2 houses away from me. I was able to park my car, go to his house. I got absolutely fucking pissed. He had brandy, whiskey, vodka, gin, everything was there. Yeah, I made up for lost time, kid in the candy store, chatting so much fucking shit. I had a great time. But when I woke up the next day, my bladder was bursting. I was dehydrated to fuck. Yeah, and what else was there? Bladder was bursting, dehydrated to fuck. And I had a massive hangover. Yeah, and at that age, in my early 40s, I thought to myself, I don't miss this life. You know what I mean? Like, I had a great time yesterday, but being hungover and all of this shit and dehydrated, that's, you know, like, I'm done. And I'm really happy that I had that one last experience, because I don't fucking miss getting pissed anymore. You know, it's over. Those years are behind me.
For me, I stopped drinking simply because, well, I'm a lazy prick. And so I just prefer driving to destinations, parking up. I don't need to drink to have a good time anyway.
You're a DD, designated driver.
Yeah, designated driver, but I never pay for my drinks either, so people just buy me a soft drink and all of that for the night. But I didn't mind it. Like, I'm more than happy to do that, just because I don't like alcohol. I've never liked it. I've just done it because, you know, everyone else was doing it, kind of thing. And then I was just like, I stopped because I was like, I don't enjoy this. So from about the age of 29, I could count on one hand the amount of times I've drank. But again, it's a personal choice. I don't give a shit if other people want to do it. But what I will say, one thing that makes me crack up, was absolutely hammered at university, and my mate opens his window to piss out of, and he trips on a bag. And as he trips on a bag, he's falling over. There's a trail of piss just going right down the wall, and he's on the floor, just passed out, and it's just fucking piss fountain. I laughed so much, I nearly passed out. It was fucking so funny. Then he wakes up the next day. He got into his bed, but he wakes up the next day. He goes, "What's my room smell of piss?" I'm like, "Mate, you want to introspection?" You know what I mean? Oh, it's so funny.
You know, just quickly say, like, a mate of mine. We got really drunk, we got really high, and then we decided we got the munchies, went to a kebab shop, and all of a sudden he just got the urge to puke, and he runs out the kebab shop, but he can't hold it in any longer, and right outside the front door, and he's on his hands and knees, and he's puking right outside the front door. I'll never forget that day.
Oh, brilliant.
We're like thinking, shit, what's he doing? Yeah, like in the kebab shop. I see this guy puke outside the front fucking door.
And then just like, oh, this shit again.
Like they have to literally hop, skip, and jump over just to get
into the shop.
Oh,
that's brilliant.
He's on his hands and knees, like a fucking dog. Oh god, I still remember it. Oh god. Oh that's shit.
Brilliant. All right, I'm gonna get some comments here. So, Vance, to me, people who complain about refugees coming to this country are saying the country is weak and not fit to rise to the occasion. It's always rich coming from Americans. Sorry, go on, Shredder. You can.
Well, my big issue really with regard to the immigration debate these days is, why are we still fucking listening to people who have been consistently wrong on the subject?
Yeah.
Again, Douglas Murray, who mainstreamed The Great Replacement, or Nigel Farage. I mean, Nigel Farage is probably the main person driving the subject of immigration as a political issue in this country. Obviously now because of the boats crossing the channel.
Yeah.
But previously, he had he got his pants pulled down metaphorically in the debate against Nick Clegg, because Nick Clegg, in a debate, pointed out that UKIP had distributed a leaflet where they were claiming that 29 million Romanians and Bulgarians were going to come into the country. Now, Nick Clegg pointed out there aren't even 29 million people living in Romania and Bulgaria. So Farage moved the goalposts, and he said, I'm not concerned about 29 million people coming in here. I'm concerned about 450 million people having the right to come here, which is ludicrous. 450 million. No, he's talking about the EU. But 450 million people are not going to enter the country.
I mean, his own fucking wife, who's German, by the way.
Yeah.
Twat. But yeah, look, it's let's be honest here, Shredder. It's anything that causes division and focuses not on minority groups. It's just a useful tool for the rich and powerful. That's all it is. That's why they're still doing it, and it's just not working anymore because people. The difference between now and just 5 years ago is now people just looking at their situation, their financial situation, and just like, what's this got to do with it? I'm broke. I can't afford to put the fucking heating on in my house. I can't afford my rent. I can't afford anything. I don't give a fuck about woke and trans issues. And even like when Lee Anderson himself said that that's what we're going to use to kind of try and win the next election because they've got nothing else. And people just, they genuinely don't care. And this transitions me perfectly to the recent local elections that they had in the United States. All right, where the biggest winners were pro-life, pro-choice. Sorry, not pro-life, pro-choice, and those kind of issues. It's like, you know, the Republicans had their asses handed to them yet again, and because they're trying to run on a platform that just isn't popular among their voters. The evangelicals don't realize that people want the right to choose. People don't really give a shit about the trans issues and all this kind of shit. They're poor. They're broke. Everyone's just tired and fed up with it. And, you know, it just goes to show, like, even with Biden polling as poorly as he is, Democrats still won big on Tuesday. And it's just, you know, a question of, you know, Republicans are still trying to pick up their jaws from the mouth and seethe and cope.
Was it the Republicans that lost, or was it the MAGA agenda that was crushed?
It was the MAGA agenda that was crushed more than anything.
MAGA and Republicans, the same shit now.
The same shit, really.
Generally, like the right wing, all they have is cultural issues when it comes to policies, but they don't offer policies. You know, it's just about, it's us versus them mentality. They don't want to help everyone. They just want to help their rich people and use poor people as a way of getting their votes to help the rich people by blaming people like me and gays and everything else for everything in this world.
Yeah, but it's just not working. It doesn't work, and you know, people aren't. And come next year when they come to the elections, people are still going to look at the situation and be like, "Do I really fucking want Trump? Do I really want MAGA cults and abortion shit to be?" I mean, even Trump himself told his own lot, "Don't fight on abortions, you're gonna lose." This is from Trump. The guy's thicker than fucking thick gravy. And even he said, "Don't fight on that, you're gonna lose." And this is what happened. And all the anti-LGBT stuff as well. Because even the school boards, there was huge wins for like Democrats and progressives there, because the parents came out swinging. They said, "Look, we've had enough of dickhead idiots chiming in with their hateful rhetoric," and they fought back. And
but the right need to be seen to be doing something, which is why they do this culture war shit. Like that Sarah Huckabee Sanders, she banned woke words. This is the country that goes on about the First Amendment all the fucking time, and there she is banning certain words, you know, in Arkansas. You know, this is who these people are, like, and they feel like they're actually doing something. What people in Arkansas need, is maybe some decent healthcare, better roads, better services. You know, we're going to ban woke words. Ridiculous. But they can't do anything. You know, doing stuff for real it's just
Sorry,
it's just
Zam.
too hard to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1 second here. I just want to read this comment. Most people do not really want freedom because freedom involves responsibility, and most people freedom of responsibility. I mean, that's what I keep saying about the right wing. The right wing need authority. They need people to take control because they don't know how to handle it. They don't understand it. They're so like just inept at
What's
doing
your little
anything.
friend saying?
Yeah, they just need. They need. Their master and overlord. That's why you always get this fucking cult-like personality around the right, and they have these worship figures, whereas the left are just like a bit too chaotic and just can't fucking pull themselves together to do one simple thing. But they'd be happy with just like shared responsibilities rather than just one figurehead fucking doing everything for them.
It's easy for the right, isn't it?
Sorry, go on.
Sorry. It's easy for the right, isn't it? Okay, let's just hate the gays and hate the trans. Everything else doesn't mean shit. While with the left, there's more to this world than what the right think there is, and so everything does become a bit chaotic.
Yeah,
anyway,
but they don't understand that. Yeah, and the thing is, the right don't understand that, and the right, again, like with everything, said prime example, what's going on in Israel. They just think that October the 7th was a big attack and nothing happened before that, and it's just everything since then, because again they have no understanding of bigger picture and understanding history, because they don't fucking bother. They don't research. They're just fed shit from the usual outlets, and you could verbatim, they'll quote every time you get into an argument. They'll just quote the same bullshit statistics, the same plateaus and cliches that they're being fed without knowing the history of anything. I mean, fuck me. The amount of Israelis that I argue, because again, I told you, I've got family in Israel, all right? I have a large family in Israel, and they're just as fucking brainwashed as all my Israeli friends. And I keep telling them, how the fuck do you not know the history of your own country and what happened before that? I'd be like, I said, this is the equivalent of you lot saying that before America, there was nothing. It was just nothing there, and the Europeans that colonized it had a right to colonize it. Not understand. Just fucking read a history book.
Yeah.
Watch videos. There's loads of videos on there. Short form Incas, as well.
There was no Incas. There was no Mayans. There was no Aztecs. There was nothing. No Native Americans. Nothing. Yeah. So
and it's the same. Yeah. It's the same argument they use with Israel. There was no Palestine. There was no Palestinian people. There fucking was Palestine. There was a Palestinian government. There was Palestinian currency. There was everything there. You just go back into the 1920s and you'll see fucking maps that say Palestine on there. And yet there's this disgusting like right-wing rhetoric, propaganda that tries to say that Palestine was never a state. It was never a nation and all this kind of shit. And it's just like, mate, if you spend 5 minutes just looking up history rather than just believing what you're fed. Like, when you put something out on Facebook and then people are like, have you got any evidence? I'm like, have you Googled it? Like, it's not my job. I said, it is your fucking job, because you are coming in telling me that what I'm saying is wrong and you're not providing any evidence. You're asking me to do the work. Fuck you. I'm not going to do the work. And every time I do the work, you move the fucking goalposts. So I'm not getting into this argument. So now I just say my comment, and whatever people respond, I don't respond unless I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'll respond. Okay, my bad. But when the evidence is there and then they ask you to prove it, I don't respond. I'm like, you got Google. Go fucking Google it. Idiots.
Well, again, depending on which pundits you listen to, be it Ben Shapiro or Tim Pool, they would actually make the argument that might is right. And again, it was perfectly acceptable for these groups to come in and crush the people that were already in the actual nations. So again, be it the Europeans when they colonized North America, or again, in the case of Ben Shapiro in particular, has been vocal about it's perfectly acceptable for the Israelis to have absolutely crushed and decimated the land of the Palestinians. Getting back to the American elections, though, one of the big things that I think has let down the Republicans, this is, if you go back, 10, 15 years, the Republicans used to be absolutely fastidious and astute when it came to resolutions. When it came to House bills and resolutions, they were, they looked over every little detail that they could when drawing up legislation or challenging pieces of legislation that were being brought forward by the Democrats. And that expertise is long gone within the Republican Party because they have got nothing more really these days than a band of extreme lunatics. So again, the likes of your Matt Gaetz or your Marjorie Taylor Greene or
Lauren Boebert
the most recent
Mike
example.
Johnson.
The most recent example, probably, of how idiotic the Republican Party has got and how it has hurt them so badly nowadays would be Lauren Boebert. Because there was this was actually I believe this happened yesterday actually.
Funeral friend's favorite person.
So there was a spending bill put forward by Steny Hoyer. Now Lauren Boebert tried to propose an amendment to it. It was the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill, and her amendment would prohibit the use of funds made available by this act to be used to provide financial assistance to sanctuary cities. Now, she was challenged on this on the House floor, and she was asked, can you explain what funds in this bill are used for the purposes that you're opposed to? In other words, can you actually talk about the actual bill?
Yeah.
Now, initially, she said, sorry, I couldn't hear the gentleman. I was getting clarification. This is precautionary. He asked her precautionary for what? She then launched into a spiel about sanctuary city policies that are in place that allow refuge of illegal aliens in this. And there's an influx of crime and drugs in these cities. Now, sanctuary cities, for anyone unfamiliar, it's a buzzword by the GOP. It's there's no set definition for the term, but sanctuary policies have not led to an increase in crime. But it was pointed out to Lauren Boebert, what you said, none of the funds in this bill can be spent for that objective. What funds are in this bill are to be spent for this objective? Now, she didn't answer directly. She says, I have seen this administration use all sorts of funds to protect illegal aliens. And again, she was challenging this. And again, she was challenging this. The guy said, I'm reclaiming my time. There are no funds in this bill to do that. So this is just an opportunity for you to stand and perhaps speak about an important subject. I understand that, but there are no funds in this bill to accomplish that objective. So again, this is the kind of, this is how the Republicans have degenerated. It used to be they would pick apart, items actually in the legislation.
Yeah.
Instead, they've got Lauren Boebert ranting about stuff that just isn't in it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they have just been taken. The lunatics are running the asylum. Started from the Tea Party and it evolved from there. And
I want to quickly respond to something here because it's regarding RFK Jr. Neither parties are any good. The third parties are still a better option. Well, RFK Jr. was getting some votes until he became also a cuck for Israel, and then a lot of people have been abandoning him as well. I mean, by the way, if you think RFK Jr. is a good option, then I don't know what to think of you because.
But RFK Jr. was taking votes largely away from Trump.
No, yeah. I mean, I know that, but the point is, regarding this comment saying that third parties are still the better option, but RFK Jr. is basically Republican light, Republican medium, because he's not a Democrat whatsoever, and the fact that Republicans like him a lot is kind of shows you where his allegiances lie. He's like Joe Manchin, basically.
Third-party candidates, unfortunately, when it comes to something like the U.S. presidential election, unfortunately, third-party is not really the way to go. They generally have absolutely no chance of winning, and in many cases act as spoilers.
Yeah.
Also, they like the Democrats. This really pisses me off. Are constantly being called the left. They're not the left. They're the center-right at best. So basically, what you have is a center-right party, and then you have the far-right party in the Republicans, and apparently the fucking third-party option is supposed to be the middle. They're not the middle. They're still a right-wing fucking party. you know, because they can't be. They're not going to go left of the fucking Democrats whatsoever. So because they,
Well, it depends. I mean, there are third party options that are to the left of the Democrats. The Greens
Yes,
would be a
Jill
perfect
Stein.
example.
Oh yeah.
Cornel West. No.
Yeah, but that's if they
Cenk
become
Uygur.
a predict. Yeah, I know you don't like Cenk Uygur, but I'll take him over fucking Biden every day of the week.
Oh, I'll take Cenk Uygur over any of these fucking pricks. Any
No,
day.
I want a serious politician in charge.
But we don't have that right now.
We'll never have that.
We'll never have that.
I would say Joe Biden is certainly a far more serious politician than Cenk Uygur.
No, I'll take Cenk Uygur any day, mate. Any fucking day, any day of the week.
Establishment. You know,
look, again, I would love for a better candidate to show up and challenge Joe Biden. I don't think Cenk Uygur is that.
I don't know. I think he might surprise people.
Yeah, I think it'd be a lot better on certain issues than.
Yeah,
for sure.
Just be a complete disaster.
It's an irrelevant point because Cenk Uygur could not stand to be president anyway. He's a Turkish national.
But don't let that get in the way of plugging your book. All right?
Yeah.
Which, by the way, Marianne Williamson has also been accused of that now because her staffers came out. And, of course, sometimes with staffers, there could be smear campaigns and all this kind of shit. So, but even they're saying that she's not serious about running for president either. She just basically using it to plug her book.
Trump wasn't serious about running for president. He ended up fucking becoming president. You never know.
He wasn't serious, but he got attacked. Somebody attacked him about The Apprentice. The ratings falling for it, and then he was just like, "Okay, fuck you, I'm going to carry on going."
Obama in one of his fucking the correspondent dinner thing where, and by the way, he's a fantastic stand-up comedian. Obama is just ripped the shit out of fucking Donald Trump, who was sitting in the audience, and he thought, "Fuck this, I'm going to run for president," and he did.
He was one of two comedians. He was one of two that night who ripped the piss out of Donald Trump. So Obama released the long form because he'd released his long form birth certificate. This was just after the death of Osama bin Laden had been announced. But he then announced that he had not just got the long form version of his birth certificate, but also the video of his birth. And he played a clip from The Lion King. And of course, they ripped the piss out of Trump over that because Trump had supposedly been sending investigators to Hawaii to prove that Barack Obama was not, born in the United States.
Yeah.
The other comedian who stood out that night is he said that Donald Trump is reportedly running for president. I thought he was running as a joke.
Well, that went well.
Yeah,
that went well. Yeah. Oh God, I'll never forget that fucking when he won. I was laughing my ass off because I don't give a shit about the United States. No offense to the Yanks, but I was laughing my ass off just seeing the meltdown.
I was terrified
after we said
we cut to America. We cut to America all the fucking time. Now we're going to be cucking to fucking Donald Trump. I was fucking petrified, mate. You know what I mean? And knowing that he's a fucking racist and all of that,
it made no difference to the UK. We were fucked way before Trump came anyway, so it didn't really make much of a difference.
I remember driving along and they had like a 100 fucking cannon salute. The fucking earth was shaking, man. I was on Piccadilly at the time. I was like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like the fucking ground shaking, and I'm trying to drive to this shit.
Yeah,
like giving this fucking orange charlatan a fucking gun salute. And
that's right. She's running again.
Regarding people like Marianne Williamson or even Bernie Sanders, but nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect, but they're still. Nobody will ever be the perfect option. They might have alternative means or whatever, but if they are offering you policies that will benefit you, then vote for them. Simple as that.
That's why I'm voting for Trump in the next election.
I think if a American politician really pushed for a universal healthcare or less involvement by the family insurance companies, that would be a good policy, even if I didn't agree with everything they post for.
Gary, they did. He was called Bernie Sanders, and he got screwed in the primaries.
Yeah, they got screwed. by Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who had to resign.
I hate that woman. She's evil personified, man.
Yeah,
you see that face? You could. She's got the scowl of. She's like Suella Braverman for the fucking Democrats. She is so fucking.
I remember,
evil.
and that it was TYT that broke the fucking news with that, with Jordan Chariton, I think it was. They did the investigation and found the fucking bullshit. I just thought that was like fucking world class reporting, but then it all went tits up after that. But they did. They had Bernie Sanders, and now Bernie Sanders is just sitting there also fucking can't even say the word. By the way, the word that we cannot mention is ceasefire. It apparently it melts politicians' heads if you use the word ceasefire. Like Justin Trudeau was repeatedly asked about it, and he kept saying humanitarian pause, and that's the buzzword from America. And Keir Starmer, going back to British politics, literally it was the leaks that came out from his office were just like he's just waiting to see what the Americans say and going with that. So they're all sitting there going with what the Americans are saying before they can form their own opinion. What kind of sovereign nation is this? Like, it's fucking ridiculous. And Keir Starmer's under a lot of pressure now, which he doesn't really give a shit, and I don't think anything will come of it, but he's facing mass resignations because of his pro-genocide stance. And that's what it is. It's pro-genocide.
Because when Muslim councillors who've resigned, the shadow minister for the New Deal of Working People, Imran Hussein, he's resigned from that position in the shadow cabinet, and that's because he resigned because he was calling for a ceasefire.
Yeah, he just sacked a Jewish person, another Jew getting kicked out of Labour for being part of the pro-Palestinian march or helping to organize something or whatever it was.
And I can't remember if it was last week we mentioned that Andy McDonald was disciplined. He was suspended from the party because he had called for a ceasefire and he'd used the words from the river to the sea. And again, it wasn't similar. It wasn't in any way like, people point out the Hamas battle cry of from the river to the sea, where they want Israelis exterminated. He was saying from the river to the sea, he wants Palestinians and Israelis to live in peace.
Exactly.
Gary, I just want to respond regarding the healthcare thing. Even if someone like Bernie Sanders did get into power, America would still need a Democratic Senate and House with people who won't fucking stifle him like a Joe Manchin or a Kirsten Sinema without them being involved in order to get anything through. Because the American politics. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, there are a lot of Republicans, despite the narrative, who are behind universal healthcare, like Des Kucinich and people like that.
Yeah, but
who are behind it.
The lines are drawn in the sand, though. Like right now, look at the way the politics are in America. Unless you're fucking, speaking against Israel, Republicans and fucking Democrats don't want to work with each other. Especially Republicans. If they work with Democrats, then obviously it looks like they're cucking to them and weakness and all of that shit, and you're bowing down to them. They would rather watch their country burn.
Damn, you've been censured by Republicans, mate.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, America never used universal socialized healthcare.
Yeah, I just want to show this just for this is the Labour Party here. Keir Starmer received 50,000 donation from pro-Israeli lobbyists, leadership in his leadership bid, and this is all. This is money that's gone to, this is money that's gone to, all the cucks that kind of helped bring down Corbyn's Labour Party.
Paid fuck all, man.
British standard is good.
You've got groups like the Labour Friends of Israel.
Yeah. Yeah, the LFI, who are just absolute fucking nasty pieces of work. But that's our politicians, just bought and paid for by foreign entities.
This has happened now in the United States too. I mean, Rashida Tlaib, who is Palestinian born.
Yeah,
she's been censured.
If you vote Labour, you're a moron. I vote Labour
because she called for a ceasefire.
Yep. Yeah, she's been censured. The only Palestinian in Congress, and they don't give a fuck. Go on.
they've got a comment from Kick, and it says, a guy called Polar Knight says, awesome, the evolution of beard growth is back.
Hello again. Yeah, I remember he said that last time.
And by the way, Rick B, right, I vote Labour, right? And the reason to do so is because a lot of their social policies are shit. There's policies that are going to directly affect my city and a lot of others that get poor people help with their bills. So sorry if I want to vote for them. Bloody hell, it's not hard.
There's also cases
Talking
where
about now.
Labour are your only option if you want the Conservatives out.
Yeah.
Again, I am no fan at all. I am no fan at all of the Labour Party. In fact, I'm probably going to be voting either SNP or Green at the next election. But
fucking traitor, colonial, bloody. Peasant.
But again, there are conservative. There are conservative seats, particularly in what used to be the Red Wall. And if you want somebody like the Wish version of Carl Benjamin out, your only option really is to vote Labour.
Yeah, I mean, Labour are gonna fucking unless I'm monumental fuck up, because they're gonna sweep the next election, and that's fine. Get them in, but after that, you have to start
hold them accountable
towards the other side. Yeah, hold them accountable, challenge them.
Yep.
You know, don't forget that the record number of Greens have won council seats thanks to Keir Starmer, because it's ex-Labour that have defected. Also, independents that have won as well. Thanks to Keir Starmer. So it's how I've been predicting it for the last couple of years, where I've just keep saying, just left-wing coalitions are the best way to fight. They're harder to control, rather than just being the Greens and that. Just have pockets everywhere, just doing their thing, even if they're independents. What's the thoughts of the Freedom Party?
Which version of it? If you're talking
Which
about
version?
if you're talking
racist,
about the British Freedom Party, they're a bunch of far right fucking neo-Nazis.
I think that is what he's talking about.
That's right up your alley, Rick B. You'll love them.
Freedom parties sound like racist parties. I mean, when they
of course, any party like Truth, Freedom, they're always
flying a flag.
Far right fascist.
Is Freedom Party not the one that Farage is running now? No, it's the
Reform.
Okay.
Reform.
I think the Freedom Party's been defunct for a number of years now, though. But again, they were a bunch of far right.
Did you mean Reform? The Reform Party, Rick?
Because again, the Freedom Party, the British Freedom Party, were a bunch of far right neo-Nazis, next BNP members.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he must mean the Reform Party, because they're the only ones that I could think of when he said that. But shit, where's my docket gone? Right, there it is.
Right.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, we'll talk about Rashida Tlaib. Yeah, she's
can we as we've kind of sticking on the subject, can we talk about Netanyahu's football club?
What football club?
Yes. Do I have the clip? Let me see if I have the clip for it. Did you send me that, Zam?
I sent it to you. I also sent it to Shredder. So let me quickly.
Okay. Can you get the clip up?
Yeah.
Can you put it up and we'll play it? I'm happy. Yeah, that'll be good.
Yeah, this is with regard to Netanyahu and the fact that they won't hire Arab Muslims.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to I want to expand on that when we start talking about it. But let's
get the video up and we'll talk about it.
Yeah. So Rick B, we found a football club that you want to support, mate.
Yeah, this is your team, Rick.
Yeah, for sure. Let's get it up. I'll expand it. All right, you guys ready?
Yep.
Born ready.
Yep.
In
I've seen this clip.
sports, this is Beitar Jerusalem, a football team in the Israeli Premier League, and among their supporters is Prime Minister Netanyahu and the current Minister for National Security, Ben Gvir, probably the most far-right figure in government. And they're the only team in the league to have never signed an Arab player, a fact that's celebrated by their fans, whose famous slogan is "Forever Pure." And one of their favourite chants is "Death to Arabs," which they sing everywhere they go, including at Netanyahu rallies. And things got really bad in 2013 when the club signed 2 non-Arab Muslim players from Russia, and fans were outraged and even carried out arson attacks on their own team's officers over it. And then when the 2 Muslim players made their debut, they were booed the whole time. And one of the 2 Zaud Sadiev, scored a goal at this match, and in reactions, fans led a mass walkout. Back in 2004, another Muslim player signed for the club and faced a similar reaction. Salah Ibrahim, a Muslim player from Nigeria, resigned from the club after just 5 games, citing constant racist abuse from his own fans. And perhaps even more absurd was the case of Ali Mohammed, a Christian player from Niger that signed for Beita in 2019. And fans protested this despite the fact that he was neither Arab nor Muslim. And an official statement from the La Familia Fan Association said,
"After countless inquiries and checks regarding the identity of the player Ali, we hereby announce we have no problem whatsoever with this player since he is a devout Christian. But we do have a problem with his name. We will make sure that his name is changed so that the name Muhammad is not heard at Beitar's Teddy Stadium."
Remember, this isn't some amateur team. It's one of the largest clubs in Israel who regularly play in the Europa League and other international tournaments, and whose most high-profile supporters include the country's most powerful politicians.
Now, before we continue, let's just have a little bit of a history lesson. Celtic, I believe, was a team that once didn't like having
No.
players.
No.
The other way around?
It was Rangers. Rangers refused to sign Catholics.
Okay, my bad. I think was it in Northern Ireland, Neil Lennon. I think he was a Catholic guy who played for Northern Ireland, and a lot of people in Ireland, I believe, had an issue with that, or maybe some Northern Irish fans had an issue with that because he was
Catholic fans that had an issue with Lennon being a manager or something like that, wasn't it?
So basically,
I don't think that was the case.
What I remember is that Graham Souness was a Ranger manager, I think, in 1980s, I believe. Sure, he'll probably know better than me. And I think he's the first guy to sign a Catholic for the Rangers team, I think, in the 80s. And he got massive heat.
Well, it was extremely contentious because not only was he a Catholic, he was also an ex-Celtic player. That was Mo Johnson.
Yeah.
So that obviously infuriated Rangers fans. I mean, Rangers' anti-Catholic stance was public knowledge, back in the day. I mean, it was so bad that they lost the opportunity to even get probably the greatest player that Scotland has ever produced, which was Kenny Dalglish. Kenny Dalglish was a fan of Rangers, but he was turned down because he was a Catholic. So he wound up going to Celtic instead. But again, this kind of bigotry went on for decades and decades, and it actually still does go on. There's multiple instances where there's multiple instances where Rangers supporters groups have wanted players or managers removed on the grounds that they're Catholic.
But the thing that's bugging me is like, I seem to remember, I mean, maybe I'm incorrect, but wasn't it like Atletico Madrid or something like that got banned from Europe or something because they started to do racial shit quite a lot? Like,
Spanish teams do racial shit all the time.
But it was definitely one of the Spanish teams that like they got removed from either Europa League or the Champions League just for like 2 years or something like that because their fans wouldn't shut up. And they literally said to him, if you do not shut your fans up, we're going to take you out. They kept on doing it, and that's what they did. So I don't know why they're not doing the same things to this bloody team.
Well, look, before we get to
I was going to say the SFA, neither the SFA nor UEFA ever took action against Glasgow Rangers when they had that ban on Catholics playing. Now, again, that went on for years and years and years, in fact, decades. But because of that, that's why I unfortunately don't see any action being taken against a club like this one.
Well, like I said, it did border into international football when the Catholic player did play for Northern Ireland, and there was a lot of shit which went down for that. Hopefully, time to change a little bit regarding that. But then, obviously, most recently, Mario Balotelli playing for Italy. The Italian fans were singing songs about how, the Spanish word for black, they said that word, a black person would never represent Italy. Now, luckily, unfortunately, that has changed because since Mario Balotelli, I think there's been several black players who have played for Italy, but that country still harbors lots of fucking anti-Semitism and racism towards people who are not ethnically Italian.
Well, I mean,
And,
fucking Lazio have their ultras, which are just fucking Nazis, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and there are, you do see like there's a player called Nago, who plays for Hungary, who's black, and stuff like that, which I feel sorry for him, with Viktor Orban being in that country, but nevertheless, like it's becoming like we're more of a globalized world more than ever, so we have different people. I see the black player play for Spain. I can't remember who his name exactly, but I saw that. But what we're seeing here with this team, I don't know how recent some of these things are, but the fact that this is they're able to sing "Death to Arabs" and stuff like that,
it's still going on.
and and it doesn't get called out, and it's ridiculous. It really is. It's absolutely ridiculous.
But you still have things like Chelsea supporters, for example, making hissing noises against Tottenham fans to imitate gas chambers.
Yeah, and actually Arsenal fans as well are constantly calling the Tottenham fans the Y word, which I get really pissed off at, because we are a very multicultural club, and we always have a stance against racism. And so I tell Arsenal fans, you can't be against racism and then call the Tottenham fans the Y word. What the fuck's wrong with you? And then we would have that song, we hate Tottenham, we are the Tottenham haters, and then they'll say the Y word. Luckily that thing's kind of like dissipating now from us, because it's just wrong. You end up looking like a hypocrite if you're against racism and then be anti-Semitic.
Oh mate, if you look at Arsenal in the 70s and 80s and how anti-Semitic they were, the hooligan part of their fans, only because of Spurs, not like I don't think they would go out and just beat up Jews or whatever, but I think it was just the kind of the chants and the phrasing and all this kind of shit was just disgusting.
Well, Chelsea themselves, they had like a right-wing group called Combat 18, which was like C18, C also meaning Chelsea, 1818 Adolf Hitler, AH. So Combat 18, that was part of their group. We saw Raheem Sterling, when he was Manchester City player, being called the N-word by Chelsea fans. Famously, that black guy got kicked off a fucking train in France by Chelsea fans. John Terry, famously said the N-word to Anton Ferdinand. Like Chelsea are a renowned racist club. That's why when the Queen died and it was Liverpool versus Chelsea, the most left-wing fans versus the most right-wing fans, that game got called off out of all the games. Because with the rivalry between those two clubs, and Liverpool have been extremely anti-English, anti-British. As far as they're concerned, their country is Liverpool, let alone their city. Whilst fucking Chelsea fans are extremely patriotic and fucking probably got a picture of their queen on their inside their wallets. So it was gonna fucking kick off, and that's why that shit didn't happen. But going back to this fucking team, this bitter Jerusalem, whatever the fuck they're called, it's just disgusting seeing this. But it's not surprised. I'm not surprised either.
No, it's not surprising. Like Israel is up there with any other country in terms of how fucking racist they are. They are massively racist. They are just, it's not even just about a Jewish supremacist state, which is what Israel is. It's a white Jewish supremacist state, because there's a large contingent of Ethiopian Jews, but their treatment in Israel, they're not granted the same kind of rights and status as white Jews. So it's not surprising at all.
In 2000, when I was in the kibbutz in Israel, I got called the N-word. I won't say the word, but the guy will go to me. I'll say like a rhyming word. So they'll go to me, you are figure and you are black and this is who you are. And I was thinking, mate, nobody in England would ever call me the N-word. I get called the P word all the bloody time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But in Israel, they were calling me the N-word. It's crazy. Calling me the N-word. Well, that's what they looked at me as. You know what I mean? They're calling me black. I get called black.
And you was like, yeah, boy.
So, oh god.
Yeah, no,
unfortunately, football federations they don't just stamp down on this when they really should be. I mean, every time I've said it in the past, like every time, like players have had bananas thrown at them from a group of supporters. That team whose supporters threw the bananas, they should be forced to play the next 5 games behind closed doors.
Yes, exactly, and no revenue gained.
But nothing ever happened. Again, nothing ever happened. We've had the sectarian songbooks. You know, in Scotland, we've had the sectarian songbooks out, particularly from the Rangers crowds. And again, nothing's ever done about it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't mute the TV signal. You know, they don't mute the TV broadcast, so you wind up hearing it if you're watching the game live.
Yeah.
You know, really, realistically, it should be a case of the TV signal is muted or the TV signal is just cut. And the club is told, okay, well, your next 3 games will not be televised.
Yeah.
Or you will play your next 3 games behind closed doors.
It's crazy. The most popular game in the world is still in the dark ages. It's still in the fucking dark ages, man.
And any clubs with repeat offenders, fans with repeat offenders, should not be allowed to enter the cup competitions. Just in the league, and that's it. And be like, well, we're gonna until you clamp down on it, and other fans help in targeting these. Isn't
that what the Italians do? They've got strict accountability in their clubs. They had to bring in strict accountability with regard to their clubs because the behavior of some of the fans was just so out of control.
I mean, every other game is practically played behind closed doors because of the fucking racist outbursts and all of that. But they don't enforce it as much as they should, because you're still hearing every week, there's a black player being massively abused, and you can see it on the sports websites and that every fucking week. Some
players crack, and then the referee fucking ends up booking the fucking player who's cracked under it. You know what I mean? It's absolutely ridiculous. Like the person being racially abused is getting punished by the referee, and there's no justice for it. I saw also in Russia in this one documentary about football hooligans in Russia before the Russian World Cup, and there'll be fans who are ethnic minorities supporting a team, and the white hooligan fans of that team will beat the shit out of their own fans because they weren't fucking white. You know, and they'll boo players. They'll boo players who are black. They'll boo their own players who are black or not white, basically, because they're racist as fuck.
I just want to get to these idiotic comments here. So, I was watching a video by Jada Franson, former Britain First member, to see what extreme right-wing position on Israel-Gaza situation is, and she was saying the same thing as you. Yes, because even Nick Griffin has pro-Palestine in his Twitter bio. The extreme left and extreme right meet at the end of the spectrum. No. And just because they got pro-Palestine there, that's just to bait. That's just to fucking bait people. They don't give a fuck about Palestinians. No, talking about guys that ran on massive anti-Muslim rhetoric are going to be... Yeah, go on, Shredder.
Nick Griffin has been open about the fact he wants Israel wiped off the face of the earth.
Yeah,
that's not the same position as we've espoused. So fuck off, Rick B.
Yeah.
Also...
And it's not extreme left, you dumb fuck. It's just anyone with any kind of brain and compassion. There's even people on the right that are just, again, you're just looking at the anyone who's in the establishment is not going to go against the grain and talk about. You've seen what happened to anyone that stands up for Palestinians. On the ground, the right. A lot of the people on the right, especially the far right, they don't give a fuck about either side. They just want to see both of them wiped out. Yeah, guys.
So on Saturday, there was a huge, massive pro-Palestinian march, and certain members of the right wing were there to be anti it because it's in their nature to try and cause bother with it. And the fact is that, I mean, I don't know if you guys talked about this before I came on, but the whole thing with the cenotaph thing.
We've already talked about that.
All right, but nowhere near it. It's just like, look, the thing is that people should be able to say they're pro-Palestine. Doesn't mean they're anti-Israel. They're just pro-Palestine.
Also, there are people who are right-wing. We're talking conservative Muslims here, who support obviously Palestine. There's no doubt about that, as well as just left-wing people. And there are left-wing people who support Israel. This is not necessarily a right and left-wing issue regarding how you might look at it, Rick Bees. It's a totally different kettle of fish.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay, moving on.
Again, I just want to point out Nick Griffin's a hardcore Holocaust denier. You cannot say that, in any way he's in the same camp as we are. He might put pro-Palestine in his Twitter bio, but again, it doesn't fucking mean that he has the same position we do. We want Israel and Palestine. We want ceasefire. We want Palestinians and Israel to live in fucking peace. Whereas Nick Griffin wants Jews exterminated.
Yeah, and when he's done with that, he'll move on to the Muslims. So,
Well, I mean, that was BNP rhetoric. They decided that to move on from saying blacks and minorities or Arabs, they moved on to saying Muslims.
Yep, exactly. Okay, let's move on, please. Space Karen loses integration with games consoles, is selling off road vehicles that struggle to climb hills, and seeking volunteers to have brain chips installed. NerdTube would like to wish Gary good luck. So Shredder, go for it.
Okay, so
Elon Musk, by the way, we're talking about.
Yes, as of Monday, PlayStation will be removing integration of Twitter from the PS4 and PS5 systems. So that feature will be removed. This is now integration has now been lost with Xbox. They removed that, I think it was back in April, and Blizzard removed integration of Twitter from World of Warcraft back in February. Now, the reason for this appears to be a financial one. Specifically because integration used to be free, but instead they now charge for it.
Yeah.
So it goes up. So I think it's like $100 if you want to just experiment with it. If you wanted to get it just to experiment with, to potentially use in your platform, it costs you $100. If you are a platform like the PlayStation, like Sony, in order to have integration with the PlayStation, you would be looking at $42,000 per month.
Ouch!
Now,
what?
It's a lot of money, and what that means is that once that integration is gone, Twitter's user base is going to drop even further.
Yeah,
and that is going to impact them when it comes to advertising, because again, when their user base declines, when the daily interactions on Twitter decline even further, companies are going to want to pay less and less to advertise on that website.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, the guy, every step he takes, every breath he makes, he keeps fucking up. That's a Sting song, isn't it? It's just hilarious to see.
Enough, yeah,
it's close enough. It'll do. I love seeing that though. It's just every little thing this guy does, it just exposes him to what a fucking idiot he really is. He's not a genius. He's just and when he doesn't have government handouts, because I think it was a few months ago where he was asking the government to step in to help put money in Twitter or something like that, because that's the basis of his success, is getting government fucking handouts. And now because the government isn't there to rescue things like SpaceX and Tesla, you're just seeing exactly what a fucking idiot he is. And this has pissed off a lot of people using integration. But again, a lot of them, tech bros, are fucking blaming Sony for it. They're not blaming Elon Musk. And people on Reddit are pointing out that, dude, would you pay X amount of money to have that thing hosted on your platform? Why would you do that when it used to be free? It's just fucking normal business sense. But again, tech bros and business sense just don't go together.
No,
exactly. Well, I mean, speaking of tech, I mean, the Tesla Cybertruck is due to launch at the end of the month. Again, we've spoken. I've spoken about it before. I mean, that thing is like the bastard love child of a Yugo 45 and a Pontiac Aztek. Google what those two cars look like, and you'll get an idea.
Don't you dare degrade the Yugo, mate. That got me through all of Greece back in my childhood, my uncle having one.
But again, the tests on Cybertruck have been laughable so far. Again, we've had the tests on the glass, the supposedly bulletproof glass, which shattered when a steel ball hit it. There's been the tests on how bulletproof the door panels are, and again, he's tested it with the rounds from a Tommy gun, which are blunt and would not penetrate steel on most occasions. Now we have the hilarity of a hill climb test. So there was.
Hang on, Mr. Shredder. I got your back, bro. I got your back, bro. I got your back. Let me just put that onto full screen.
So yeah,
from the beginning. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Fucking hell, that's hideous.
Here's one of the clips, and this is Tesla's Cybertruck struggling to get up this hill. This is at Hollister Hills 4x4 test course.
And this guy wants to send us to space, for fuck's sake.
But this is what Elon Musk is selling as an all-terrain vehicle.
My Honda Jazz can get up that fucking hill.
Well,
and I did it in snow.
Again, this is just one of the clips that was taken at Hollister Hills.
Oh my
where,
God.
This thing is struggling really badly to get up the hill.
It's ugly as well.
Oh
no.
I
like the look of it.
Piece of shit.
No, the wheels look so bog standard.
It kind of look. Do you remember? It looks a little bit like a DeLorean, a little bit.
Yeah, I want to pause it here. Look at the paneling work here.
Yeah.
Look,
Jesus, that is rotten.
It looks like something made by the 80s.
Mate, the guy's got a wiper on there. Why has he got a wiper? Like, you got nothing more futuristic than that? Come on.
I want actual hand to that colour.
But again, if you just look up the Yugo 45 and the Pontiac Aztec, and you'll see what I mean when I say it looks like a bastard love child of those two. But that was one of 3 Tesla Cybertrucks that were struggling to get up a hill. By contrast, I don't know if you've got the clip, Panny, but the same person who filmed those filmed a 1946 Jeep going around that course with absolutely no issues at all.
Hang on. 1946 Jeep.
Yeah.
I'm so like just looking at all right, fine. The body looks kind of you're trying to go for a futuristic body, but those tires, like you're telling me those were they look like bog standard fucking tires. There was nothing unique about those tires whatsoever. They should be bigger, rounder, thicker. But no, they just
it got to the top end also. It struggled to get to the right. Rick B, I'm thinking you're a absolute troll.
Trolling is just
he is a fucking troll. But again, there was a lot of copium being huffed by Tesla fans because one website that picked up on this, I think it was Car Expert, they showed the photo that they used was of the Tesla Cybertruck at the bottom of a hill going down the hill. And they were doing there was a lot of copium saying, they're showing this going down the hill. But again, the videos were showing it struggling to make it up a hill, which is what you would need if you're getting an SUV, an all-terrain SUV, which is what Musk has marketed this as.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And again, this is supposed to launch at the end of the month. $30,000 is what he's charging for it. It's definitely a car aimed at doomsday preppers because I think it's like an extra $19,000 you can get one that has a detachable sleep pod.
Really?
Yeah. I thought you could get that already when it came to like all-terrain vehicles. It was generally called a pop-up tent.
Yes, that's right.
And they don't cost 19 grand.
Oh, don't! You're gonna make me fucking choke on myself here.
So this is the latest disaster of the Cybertruck. I
can't wait for the launch. I can't wait for the launch. When they start burying all the fuck ups, the same as with their Tesla models. The other fucking cars with the autopilot just going out of control and smashing.
Here's the thing, right? The Tesla autopilot system, it has me begging for a modern version of Ralph Nader. someone who will advocate for consumer rights and also safety standards when it comes to cars, because the Tesla auto drive system and even some of the other faults that Tesla's got, where the cars have been bursting into flames.
It has the largest recall rate of any car out there, but the news is just fucking buried.
It makes me think of the Ford Pinto.
Oh my god! Now there's a fucking throwback.
Yeah. Now I don't know if anyone's unfamiliar with the Ford Pinto, but in 1971, Ford launched. It was a small compact car called the Pinto. It was supposed to be competing with other imports that had been popular in the 1960s from Volkswagen, Datsun, and Toyota specifically. The VW Beetle, for example, was extremely popular in the 1960s in the American market. But the Pinto had a major design flaw. Now, the design flaw on it was that the fuel tank was about 6 inches away from the rear bumper.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So what would happen is in a rear-end collision, there were 4 bolts on the rear differential that would puncture the fuel tank, and it would cause it to burst into flames.
God. Great engineering.
I can't remember exactly which movie it was, but they satirized it by having a Pinto just gently nudged.
It was Top Secret, the film.
Right, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I remember it now.
Yeah, where it just goes dink and
yeah, and it blows up. But that was based on, again, the real thing. Fun fact as well. I mean, you probably remember the film Fight Club.
Yes.
And when Edward Norton's character is on a plane and he's telling somebody what he does for a living, and he mentions that he assesses whether he assesses cars that have been fire damaged in collisions and determines whether or not it would be cheaper to do a recall or just pay out a settlement for a major company.
Yeah,
that was the story of the Ford Pinto. Ford knew of this design flaw. They had crash tested over 40 of these cars, and it was anything over 25 miles per hour. What would happen is the bolts would shear right through the gas tank.
Jesus Christ!
And again, it would cause the car to burst into flames.
Yeah,
they did 3 tests. They did 11 tests in pre-production. 3 of them managed to survive. Only 3. Now, the 3 that survived had been modified. One of them had a plastic baffle, which was in between the bumper and the gas tank.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't between the plastic baffle was not between the bumper and the fuel tank. It was between the fuel tank and the rear differential.
All right.
Now, this meant when they crash tested it, I think it was about 30 miles per hour. When they crash tested that one, it stopped the bolts from getting into the gas tank.
Yeah.
They then they did another one where they put a piece of metal in between the rear bumper and the gas tank, and again that cushioned the impact. The third one was that they put what was called a plastic bladder in the fuel tank.
Yeah.
So what that meant was that when again a rear collision happened, if the bolts from the differential were to go towards the fuel tank, that plastic bladder would stop any sparks from igniting the fuel inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ford didn't implement any of these. They released the car unmodified. They estimated they would have around 200 fatalities a year. An average settlement would cost them about $200,000, which to them was nothing because they made because they produced about it was well over 450,000 of these cars every year for the first 4 years.
Yeah,
they made about $1 billion in sales of the Pinto annually. So for them, 40 by their calculations, $40 million was absolutely nothing when you're making about $1 billion.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. They don't give a shit. They're like, we'll weigh the cost of human life over the profits. It's fine.
So, internal documents eventually did actually wind up getting leaked, and it said, for example, the plastic baffle would have cost about $11.
Oh my god,
that's all. All it would have cost to fit that thing, but they decided not to do it,
and it would have saved them millions in lawsuits anyway.
again, depending on which model you got, if you got the early ones, the bumper may well as not have been there. It was absolutely useless at impact. If you got a later model, it could take speeds up to a whopping 5 miles per hour.
Lovely.
So
comment here by Rick B. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to get to this one.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. But again, it's just, my point was, Ford didn't issue a recall until 1978. It was 1977 that they started putting the safety features into the Pinto. So 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76. None of these safety features were included. 77, well, it's estimated, but it's estimated that in the before the safety features were installed in the 77 model, somewhere between 500 to 900 people burned to death in Pintos.
Jesus Christ.
And that's the people who died. You've also got more who were injured.
Yeah.
Because there was another flaw with the car as well, which is that, again, if it was involved in a collision roughly 40 miles per hour, the doors would jam.
Yeah.
So a lot of people, again, were trapped inside these cars when they started bursting into flames.
It sounds like Elon Musk has taken over from the Ford Pinto with his Teslas.
Well,
that's the same fucking thing.
It's again the fact that the Ford had a cost estimate.
Yeah.
Ford had this cost estimate worked out, which was to them it would be more economical to just settle round about 200 fatality lawsuits every year, about 200 grand a piece. I'm wondering if that's the case with Tesla. They've maybe got something in their internal market, because again, you're looking at Tesla's autopilot system has had over 700 crashes. Thankfully, because of safety standards that you're required to have in cars nowadays, there's only been about 17 confirmed fatalities.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, here you look at the this is the recall, the 25 most recalled cars, and Tesla take up 4 of the top 5 spots.
Yeah.
And that information is buried. And when you show the Musk bros that, fucking the copium and the deny it, they're like, they just don't believe it. Again, they don't believe the facts. Rick B, I will agree on this here. 1 second. Most people are not going to drive it off-road. It's designed to show off as you go to the shops. I have an X5 and X6, and they both suck.
Oh, yeah, sure you do, Rick B.
Yeah, most 4x4s suck off-road. This is the comment this was the bit I want to focus on.
Well, again,
most 4x4s suck off-road. They do.
Depends on the model. Because again, you've got the stuff that are basically designed for, WAGs,
Chelsea tractors,
urban mothers. Yeah, Chelsea tractors is what they're commonly known as over here. Range Rover, for example, I mean, they've got two of the 3 models I would say absolutely fit into that category. One is the Range Rover.
I was going to say that.
And one is the Land Rover. I want to say it's the Land Rover Discovery.
Yes.
The Land Rover Defender, meanwhile,
that's for your farms.
That's recognized as one, as a solid, all-purpose, all-terrain vehicle.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's other 4x4s which are adequate that have a different mode for when you're off road, that are designed that way. This Tesla model says it's all terrain and is anything but. That's what it's promoting itself as.
It's all
exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
By the way,
if they don't, even if they don't go off road, even if they don't go off road all the time, those moments when it's supposed to fucking do its job, and it's not. So
when you're marketing it as that, as well,
exactly. I think you would probably get better off-road performance from even like an old school Audi Quattro.
Listen, mate, you get a fucking better off-school performance from my fucking 1.2 Honda Jazz. That's almost 20 years old, and I got that bad boy up a fucking hill in the snowstorm. Okay, it did way better than that bloody car did. Granted, I had to drive it like zigzag, but I got up the fucking hill. That Tesla model wouldn't even make it up a hill on dry ground.
My ID4, by the way, when it was snowing, I did some shortcuts, and then unfortunately, one particular road I went on, the police had closed it off, so they told me to go back. Now I'm on a snow road, and I tried to reverse back, and my car wasn't doing shit. You know, and then the police ended up thinking, what the fuck am I doing? I told the police, I'm trying to reverse back, and I can't. I need to go forward. So the police made an exception for me and let me go forward. But, you know, I have an electric car, and this really upset me because, you know, I think electric cars are the fucking dog's bollocks. But on that particular occasion, and I have an SUV, by the way, which is like a 4x4, it let me down.
Yeah. But I do want this comment here. Ford Pinto is a good-looking car, but it's not as sexy as a Ford Capri. You're goddamn right. Ford Capris were lovely.
Ford Capris are awesome. I'll agree with you for once, Rick B.
Fucking beautiful.
The other thing that reminds me of the Ford Pinto is the fact that, much like back in the day, right, you hear Musk, tech bros, and libertarians defending Tesla's record, you know, despite the fact, again, 700 crashes, you know, they'll come out with some bollocks about, you know, how, oh, this is testing for for future progress, or, you know, other such nonsense. Yeah. There were libertarians back in the 1970s defending the fucking Ford Pinto. Milton Friedman, in particular, he actually tried to defend this, saying that, you know, consumers had the option to choose a less safe car as a cheaper alternative.
Jesus
Christ! Here again, this completely
neglected. A cheaper alternative.
It was fairly cheaper than a lot of cars in its day. But the thing is, couple things that argument fails to take into consideration. One, customers were not informed this was a less safe car. Ford never disclosed the fact that, you know, if you were in a rear collision, you know, if you got rear-ended 25, 30 miles per hour, the chances are that car's going to go up in flames.
Yeah.
Second, it also doesn't take into consideration that other road users do have the right to travel safely, as do pedestrians. They have got the right to travel and not have to worry about whether the car that is passing by is going to potentially explode.
Yeah, which is why I'm against all the big fucking trucks out there that are on sale in America. Because it's not about your safety. It's the fact that you are massively unsafe for literally everyone else on the road. You can't even fucking see. Like anyone under 5'5" or whatever it is, like you can't see them from your bonnet. And you know, so every test they do as well is like one truck crashing into another, but they never show the tests of one of those trucks crashing into a fucking normal car. And yeah, it's about other people's safety, not just yours. And I get annoyed with, like, you know, again, like with people in the city all driving these 4x4s and like, oh, it's safer for my kids. I'm like, yeah, but you can't drive the fucking thing. You block all the roads because you have no brain because you're stupid, and you cause a lot of fucking accidents. Like in Enfield alone, how many 4x4s are fucking overturned because of the way they drive? And you're literally looking at these pictures and you're like, how the fuck did you do that? Not that it takes much to tip over a 4x4. But this is my, and I look, for me personally, 4x4s should be banned from the cities. Like, there's no reason for having big fucking cars in the city. It's just ridiculous. And you talk about safety, but when your speed limits are like fucking 20 miles an hour, mate, you're unlikely to get hit with a fatal crash.
I disagree with you there, Paddy, because there's a lot of people who have multiple kids who that is a good way to get them from where they need to go.
That's what you have people carriers for, Gaz, that are much lower and better equipped. Listen, that's what people carriers are for, which, by the way, are more spacious, have better boot space. 4x4s in general have shit internal space. Okay, the boots are normally shit, and the back seats are normally not as wide. All right, that's what a people carrier is for. They're equipped for that very thing, and people are opting for 4x4s because it's a status thing. It looks good. It looks cool. They don't really give a fuck about safety.
Absolutely,
it's bollocks. It's a status thing.
Yeah, I see it all the time. You just hate Elon Musk, so even if he zoomed up that hill, you would say the way. Well, he didn't zoom up the hill. I mean, I do hate Elon Musk. I'm with you on that. But he didn't zoom up that hill, so he should be criticized. A lot of his stuff.
Color is racist.
I'll tell you what, Panny. I've sent you a photograph. I don't know if you want to bring it up, but Rick B. There is a version of the Cybertruck I do like the look of. It's in orange.
Oh, this is a fucking beautiful model. Yeah, I will concede that this is actually really nice. Let me just get it up.
Now, initially, I thought this might be an Asian knockoff, because there's been some companies who have been making cheap knockoffs of cars, including the Tesla Cybertruck. And again, I thought this might be one of them.
Yeah,
because it's so well designed, it looks well built. It appears much more aerodynamic.
It's flawless. I'd actually buy this. It's very multifunctional as well. Very multifunctional.
4x4 are more sexy than people carry. So I'm not driving the people carry. I agree.
There we go. Also 4x4s are cheaper.
The Tesla Cybertruck in orange.
That is beautiful. I'd buy that. Look.
It looks like a mini version of what the jar was used in fucking Tatooine.
Oh yeah.
But again, that looks much more aerodynamic than the one that we saw struggling up the hill.
Yeah, absolutely. And this would do better getting up a hill than that fucking truck would, as well.
Yeah.
If it defies the laws of gravity, that is.
Yeah, meanwhile,
4x4s are more sexy than a people carrier. Yeah, I agree, Rick. I agree. Like, that's the reason why people get them, because a people carrier is it's an ugly but brilliantly functional car, and it's the same. Like,
it's practicality over style.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I always go for practicality. Like, I didn't buy a Honda Jazz because they look good. I bought it because you drop the seats down and it's fucking, the space inside is fantastic. And you don't see that when you look on the outside, but you go inside, a shitload of leg room in the back. Once the seats drops, the amount of shit that you can fit in. When I redecorated my friend's room, the cupboards and all the shit that we stripped down, we managed to fit it in 2 carloads in that Honda Jazz, something that you'd normally hire a van to chuck it all in. But it's practicality. I always go for practicality rather than looks, because I don't give a fuck. Like, it's not going to get me laid. A nice car, despite what people think, it's not really going to get you laid today, because people just don't give a fuck.
I want to quickly add to this as well. Like, in my job, I do a lot of school runs for families, and I'm taking them to these schools, and all these fucking, Chelsea tractors, as you say, are there, and they are trying to fit in the tightest ass gaps, or there's double parking, whatever, and they're just being a massive fucking pain in the ass hindrance, as they're dropping their fucking kids, and it really fucking pisses me off.
Yeah, they're the fucking worst. They're the worst. They clog up the fucking roads. They cause all the traffic jams in the morning. They fucking do my nutting, driven by people that don't know how to fucking drive. And it's just like, no, ban them. Fucking ban them. They don't need them.
This is not America, for fuck's sake. Yeah, and the funny thing is, where I live as well, like, there's a lot of Jews, and the Orthodox Jews, they're the ones who drive the people carriers. I see them all the time with their Toyota Corollas or whatever the name of that people carriers. Constantly ram-packed, like they're fucking going on a holiday. You know what I mean? And they've got it spot on. It's practical. They don't give a shit about appearances. They just want practicality.
Practicality.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So if we're not satisfied by the way of Tony Stark's exploding rockets or his self-driving cars that keep crashing,
fuck's sake,
or his trucks that can't go uphill, we now have the option to have, we now have his company Neuralink, which is looking for human trials for brain chips.
Yeah, Rick, you can volunteer, so they won't find much.
Yeah, Rick can volunteer.
They won't know the difference.
Yeah, we were going to wish Gary all the best when he goes for to get his installed. So they're asking for a human trial subject to agree to have a section of their skull removed. And it's robotic surgery to insert wires into the human brain, as well as the chip.
Yeah, that caused
my issue is yeah, exactly. And my issue is like, you could have certain things experimented on your body, below your neck, and it might be worth giving a shot. But your brain is you. This is what's inside that is genuinely you, and you fuck with that. they're fucking with you properly. You know,
well, hold on, Sam.
Yeah.
Right. The fact is, there have been successful experiments done with
I know.
BrainChip. A couple of recent stories, actually.
I do know about those.
BBC,
yeah.
The BBC had one recently where it was a guy with Parkinson's disease. He has been able to stand up and actually walk for the first time in years.
I understand, but when we're talking about somebody with Parkinson's disease, what's he got to fucking lose? Give it a shot. Yeah. But if you don't have an issue with yourself, then don't let this motherfucker go anywhere near your brain.
Oh yeah. Look, I'm not suggesting at all that anybody should go for the Elon Musk version, because again, all he's produced is thousands of dead and mutilated lab monkeys. The fact is, the companies that have been doing the trials recently and had great success with them. Again, there's been another case where a man who's been paralyzed for years, he's been able to actually get up and start using a walker now.
Oh wow!
Yeah, you know, all he has to do is he thinks about walking, and the chip sends messages through wires. Well, sends wire. Well, I think it's wireless actually, but it sends signals to his legs to start operating. He's now actually undergoing physical therapy to get build up the muscles back in his legs, so that the process will actually be easier.
Oh,
but he's able to get out. He's able to get out of his wheelchair now, and he's able to walk short distances with the assistance of a walker. Now, again, these companies went through rigorous safety testing, particularly because these were companies also based in Europe, where the standard of safety is much, much higher.
No, but Shred, isn't though what Musk wants to do kind of like he wants to take things in a different direction? Because what you're talking about is obviously, you know, helping people with movements and stuff like that. What Shred wants us, what Musk wants us to do is that he wants to turn this into fucking Johnny Mnemonic. Isn't, you know, basically turn this into a walking hard drive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that is fucking fucked as far as I'm concerned. He's not trying to help people walk again. He wants to people to fucking data banks.
He's been talking about enhancing the human brain with these chips, which is just not going to happen. The technology is nowhere near advanced enough. Again, I would not be encouraging Musk to develop this technology further, because the fact is, again, Neuralink has cut so many corners that they are not ready for human trials. Like, they have.
I wouldn't trust them with crayons, let alone fucking technology.
You would probably would have more. You probably would have more success. You probably would have more success if you used the Homer Simpson technique of lodging a crayon in your brain.
Yeah, exactly.
Rick, it's the technological equivalent of that submarine that thing went down in February. That's what it is.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. Like, but where it boggles my mind that he's allowed to progress now to asking for human trials when it's had no fucking success with the monkeys. Like thousands of them have fucking died, and yet he's just allowed to sit there and go, you know what, we want human trials now. Like, the guy is just unfucking hinged, and this is like a libertarian wet dream. So I don't know what libertarians get upset about when they keep wanting a libertarian world. I'm like, this is a libertarian world. No checks, no balances. Do what you want. Kill as many people as you want. Pollute the airways. Pollute everything. This is it. This is the fucking dream that you're living. So, you know, what more do you want?
Again, I've heard the argument before that the best thing to happen, the best and worst thing for Neuralink to happen, was the approval by the FDA of human trials for these brain chips. The main reason being that if Musk does kill a human being, that they will probably be pulled immediately. Now, I'm starting to think that it would probably take more than a handful of human beings being killed by Musk's experiments or by Neuralink for them to actually pull the plug on this.
I think we're in a world where Musk can get away with killing human beings. In my opinion, I think that's the sort of world we're living in. I really do feel like
human beings with the Tesla models.
Yeah, exactly.
And just to address this point by Rick B, technology will be advanced enough at some point. Like I said, you just hate anything to do with Elon Musk. I hate the fact that he is a fraud. He's a fake, a phony.
Fraud. Yeah,
he's a hype man. Again, look for example at his solar panel roof tiles. The
Oh my
presentation that
God,
he did,
yeah.
the presentation that he did on the set of Desperate Housewives, he lied about the fact that the set was being completely powered by those roof tiles. Those tiles that he has sold, by the way, again have a tendency to spontaneously combust.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, he's a complete fraud. Now, if it was someone like Steve Jobs doing it, who puts teams behind it, and I'm not a fan of Steve Jobs, you know, he was a piece of shit. But if it's someone like him who would put a big team behind it to get shit working, compared to Musk, who's just a fucking idiot, I'd take Steve Jobs' word on it that I know you're going to get some kind of product with a huge markup in price, obviously. But we're just saying that it's not. It's just that Musk he's a fucking dumbass. He's a dumbass with a lot of fucking money, and he's a horrible human being as well. Like, he's just not a good dude at all. So yeah, I fucking hate the guy.
And again, the fact is, when it comes to the brain chips, we're talking about companies, the ones that have been doing the trials on human beings, where again, somebody with Parkinson's or somebody who has been paralyzed has been able to walk again. These are companies that have been doing decades and decades of research into the human brain, and also been doing rigorous safety testing before they even considered doing a human trial. Musk has not done that.
And those would be the ones that we would trust. It's not an anti-technology thing, for fuck's sake. It's Musk being a moron and a fraud thing.
And Musk is not going down that route as well, by the way. He's not trying to make people walk again. Like I said, he wants to turn people into fucking hard drives. It's a totally different thing as well.
Yeah, and also he wants to try and control people. So that's what these brain chip Neuralink things are for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't go that far with the whole thing about controlling people, because then you're veering into conspiracy theory territory. But the way I look at it, right, is that
I wouldn't put it past Musk. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him.
Well, okay, well, the way I look at it is you have got a major expert in pharmaceuticals creating the MMR vaccine on one hand. On the other, you have got Andrew Wakefield creating a vaccine that is made using somebody's human bone marrow. That's the degree that we're at.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, moving on to, is that everything with Space Karen? I think so.
Yeah, I think we've covered Douche Wayne today.
No,
enough.
I really wish Cheetah was here for this.
Not gonna. Some of your topics I'm not gonna bring up because we're quite well into it. I'm gonna move into film and TV stuff now. Because we've done
the actor strike's over.
Yes, exactly. The actor strike is over for the next 3 years, and then we'll be back at a strike again because Hollywood is probably going to be adamant that they implement some kind of AI and that. But for now, the actor strike is over. The Rock and John Cena have left the building. They are obligated to return back to their jobs because they cannot be wrestling and getting injured, blah, blah, blah.
Well, Cena's having to go through arm surgery, isn't he?
Yeah.
You know, he's been out for so long, he's obviously rusty.
Well, there are some people who've suggested that some films this year have been written by AI, and I wouldn't pass it past the Flaming Studios, to be honest with you.
It fucking feels like they have been.
Well, the deal with regard to AI, though, I don't think was anything to do with script writing. So that might have been part of the condition of the Writers Guild strike. But the conditions that the terms and conditions that SAG-AFTRA have managed to get from the Alliance of Motion Picture and TV Producers were let's see, they've got a guaranteed minimum salary now. There's a new streaming participation bonus.
Good.
And the protections against AI are against AI being used to replicate the image and voices of actors.
Yeah. Which is great. That's great.
Good. That's what
and let's see what happens in 3 years' time when they go back to the deal. Hopefully, the same deal remains, if not a better deal for the actors. Daniel Vance here. Blade will be R-rated, confirmed for now. For
confirmed,
now.
But for me, also, this is arguably a desperation move by Disney. Because you disagree.
Yeah, because
sorry, my reason being is that they're getting panned over everything. Everything that's coming out recently has been shit, and this for me, they wanted it to be PG-13. People revolted, and now they're saying, all right, fine, we'll make it R.
Well, that's a good thing though. That's the fans winning.
No. I know it's the fans winning, but this is a desperation.
Well, shut up then, Zam.
This is obviously a desperation move by Disney because they've had to give in to the fact that that they have to do something they probably never wanted to do in the first place, which was to make R-rated content.
For sure.
You know what I mean? And so now they're doing it because they've got no fucking choice because Marvel is not doing well at all. So why do you disagree, Gary?
Okay. Because it's probably they've gone back to the well and they saw how well the original Blade did, being R-rated, and the thing is that they've seen how well Loki's been doing by being different. Because I've not seen the final episode yet, but everybody's been really praising it because it's been different. It's been something we've not been seeing. So they're going, all right,
I guarantee you they've not gone back to the world to look at the old Blade films, mate. They're reacting to the current situation and how badly they fucked up. And yeah, it's a knee-jerk reaction, but it's a good knee-jerk reaction. This is what people wanted, and this is what people should get. Blade, you can't do fucking PG-13. It's ridiculous. Just quickly here with Rick B. Killers of Flower Moon's a great film. I can't wait to watch that. I've read about the story and it's fucking disgusting. We don't need a new Blade film. The options there to have one. No, it's a film.
Oh, it's a film.
It is a film,
yeah, it's a film.
I'm just not a fan of Mahershala Ali being Blade personally. I'm just
why?
I because he's too old for the role and he's not a martial artist.
He's younger than Wesley Snipes was when he took the role.
Yeah, nobody's fucking saying take Wesley Snipes on.
No, Wesley Snipes when he did the first Blade film was younger than was older than Mahershala Ali is now.
Mahershala Ali's nearly 50.
Yeah, I think Wesley Snipes was like 40 something when he did the first one.
No, hang on,
dude. We're talking about
Jesus Christ, Gary. Jesus fucking Christ! Every time.
When you're watching Blade, you're watching Wesley Snipes kicking ass. You're not watching some stunt double. Yeah, I want to see my actor do the fucking action scenes. That's what I want to see. When it comes to Blade, I'll take an unknown. Some people were talking about John Boyega being the new Kang, by the way. But I'll take John
Boyega. He's a great actor.
Yeah, I'll take him, but I'll take an unknown to play Blade personally. Somebody who can.
He was 36 when he did Blade.
I mean, if he was younger, I'd say Michael J. White would. I think Michael J. White would be a perfect Blade, but he's
he's too old.
Yeah,
but so 36. So you're wrong on that, Gary. Unfortunately,
he is. Every time I have to Google things, it's always because it fucking makes shit up.
So you want a younger actor who can play the role for a good 10, 15 years, and you want a guy who can obviously knows how to kick ass because he's versatile like that. Mahershala Ali, unfortunately, is neither of those things. I have an issue with that.
In the grand scheme of things, I couldn't give a flying fuck if they make a Blade film or not. Like I love the Wesley Snipes films for what they were, the first two anyway. But I'm not gonna fucking pretend that I was a massive Blade fan in terms of the comic books. So, I'm not fussed. But if that's what fans want, then do it. But do it right. Don't do it like we talked about it last week or the week before about what their fucking plans were. Of course, some of those turned out to be complete bullshit, which was debunked right here on the show by Shredder. And all of that, but even the original stuff, like I liked the idea of it being set in the 1920s. I thought that would have been awesome, but and probably would have made it black and white to cover the blood and all of that. But whatever, man, they're making it. So just if you're gonna do it right. Superhero fatigue is set in now. Whatever they do will be a financial failure. I think it just depends on the marketing and the hype. You're not going to be able to churn out. You're not going to be able to churn out 3-4 films a year now and expect greater returns every time. It's just not going to happen. That's why you need to downscale everything, put on the back burner pointless characters, and start moving into your next group of most ones, which is Fantastic Four and X-Men and all that kind of shit. A lot of hype around there. I guarantee you Deadpool 3 is going to make absolute fucking bank because it's R-rated. Yeah?
The next Spider-Verse movie as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's always hype for Spider-Man and all of that.
Spider-Man will always make bank. The only really good film to come out of Phase 4 and 5, so to speak.
Yes, the Spider-Man trilogy has been phenomenal. Like, I love all three of those films. But you just gotta understand where the priorities should start lying, and they should start lying in I love the idea of the Kang thing. Like, I like that stuff. Like the Kang Wars and the fucking Secret Wars and all this kind of shit. Love all that. And just focus on that. I don't need side characters that are irrelevant to the grander scheme of things.
Daniel wants to make Wesley Snipes Whistler. I'm not for that. I want Wesley Snipes to be part of the multiverse, and so we see his Blade in the multiverse at some point. And also remember, Blade, even though he's got all the powers of vampires, the one power he doesn't have is agelessness. He does get older. So he does age, which is why I'm not a fan of the 1920s personally, because if you had it 100 years later, the guy would be fucking dead because he.
I wouldn't want Blade in the modern era. I'd want it separate. I don't need vampire universe connected to the main MCU. Like I
bet you're all excited to see the Marvels. Yeah.
I might go and see it. I'm not hyped, but I'm also not going to shit on it either. I mean, we're not fucking geeks and gamers.
Gonna go see it. Yeah,
we're gonna go see it on Monday. Cheap tickets. £7 a ticket.
We'll probably go see it, judge it on its merits, see whether it's good or not. But again, we're not just going to just fucking shit on it here and now, like we're geeks and gamers or the quartering or nerdrotic.
Yeah, just shitting it for the sake of shitting on it. If it's good, if it's crap.
Because they shit on it because obviously it's got women and ethnic minorities. So
and Brie Larson.
Yeah.
And we spoke about that. By the way, we spoke about Pandaverse last week, Rick B. We find it funny that conservatives didn't get that they were the butt of the joke.
There were parts that fell flat for me, but that's most movies for someone. Yeah, look, I'm not expecting the film to blow me away. From the stuff I've seen in the trailer as well, I know it's not going to be like the groundbreaking thing. I think the only film that blew me away more than I expected it to be was Black Panther 2. That fucking film was way better than it had any right to be, which is a ridiculous thing to say, but I'm just saying it because it's insane.
Also,
I'm not expecting that with the Marvels, but I'm expecting a fun time, I hope.
And also the Marvels is not a multiverse movie. No. So so
oh my god, Black Panther stuntman Taraji Ramesses
dies in a crash with 3 of his children.
Fucking hell. Is that movie cursed now or what? God
wow,
damn,
is his 3 children dead as well?
That's terrible, man.
I had one of the stuntmen for Black Panther in my car. Not that one in particular. I forgot his name. I think his name was Patrick or something like that. But yeah, he's been in a lot of films.
Yeah. News. So there's also been an announcement of new release dates for Deadpool 3, Captain America, Brave New World, Blade, Thunderbolts, Marvel Spider-Man Universe, Marvel Spider-Man Universe, and Venom 3. So let me see.
Venom 3.
Yeah,
Venom films are shit, man.
Yeah, Captain America: Brave New World, which was originally set for July 2024, will now be February 2025. Blade has been pushed back from Valentine's Day 2025 to November 7th, 2025, and then some. Probably Thunderbolts, July 2025. Sony, which controls Marvel's Spider-Man universe, has also moved its 2024 spin-off prequel Venom: Let There Be Carnage. I don't really give a shit about that. But what they're doing with Craven, when they're releasing that fucking pile of dog shit.
No.
Yeah, Craven the Hunter. Don't you remember with Adam Johnson? You wanted it to be R-rated. I think you got your wish, but
I
The
got
film
my
you've
wish,
got
but
is a
that,
piece
that
of
trailer
shit.
was so that trailer was so generic and underwhelming.
We'll
and
get to that later, Rick.
And they made
Have they
Craven
made any-
American.
Mm.
Yeah.
Have they made any announcements with regard to the next Spider-Verse movie when that's coming out?
No, nothing yet.
They only said that they were not going to do it next year, that they're going to postpone it after that.
Oh, it's amazing how the anti-woke brigade was silenced on that one, weren't they? Yeah, I mean, that film fucking raked in cash. It was absolutely fucking superb.
And Barbie as well.
Ideology all over the fucking film, and yet they couldn't say shit about it.
Well,
Warner Brothers' highest grossing film ever.
It depends, though, Zam, because again, there were people like Nerdrotic, for example. I hate fucking bringing that asshole up over and over again, but he posted a video of himself, refusing to ever call Miles Morales Spider-Man. He said, "I'm going to see the Miles Morales movie."
Like that. Yeah, a lot of them are like that. They're so fucking petty. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, because in the Spider-Man games, Peter Parker's basically retired with MJ, and now Miles Morales is the main Spider-Man in that universe.
And I'm really happy you brought. I'm really happy you brought that, guys, because after finishing playing Spider-Man 2, Peter does tell Miles, "Okay, I want you to take over and be the Spider-Man," but he just wants to live a life with MJ now, and so Miles is happy to take on board the mantle of being the main Spider-Man, and people on the internet are losing their shit.
Yeah, they are.
They're really losing their shit. Like Peter Parker was the main Spider-Man in the first game. They shared it in the second one, and now the battle's been passed to him when the third one does come out. Who gives a fuck? It's just one rendition of Spider-Man. That's all it is. It doesn't fucking matter. It's not the be-all and end-all. There's so many renditions of Spider-Man as Peter Parker. This one's going to be a bit different. Don't fucking shit yourself over it. It's ridiculous, the attitude over this. You would have thought the world's fucking ending.
Yeah. Well,
I didn't like the Spider-Verse.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. If you didn't like it, you didn't like it. So sticking with the MCU stuff, Jeremy Allen, actor who's rose to prominence because of The Bear, Zam's favorite show. That is what it's called, isn't it?
It's a decent show about food, mate. You like it?
Thing.
Yeah, it's really good. Jeremy Allen, he's not the main actor, is he?
He's the main actor.
The guy from Sheila.
Oh, the guy who looks like Gene. The guy who looks like Gene Wilder. That one.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's it. Gene Wilder's twin.
Yeah, okay.
Son.
Yeah, he's in that wrestling film. He's in that wrestling movie.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Well, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about here. Jeremy Allen White met for a kind of Marvel-y movie, and it didn't go well. I like this comment here. I'm confused by how superhero films became the pinnacle of an actor's career, and it's I agree with that. I just want to get to that his comment here. I had a meeting for a kind of Marvel-y movie, and I had an attitude. White said, I think I played it all wrong. White said he brought his skepticism over the project into the meeting and told the executives, "Tell me about why should I do your movie?" They didn't respond well to that. They were like, "Fuck you," and I was like, "Right on." The actor recalled. I don't think they actually said that, but he's paraphrasing, obviously. And then he says, "I'm confused how the pinnacle of an actor's career has ended up in that place." White said about the superhero genre, they get really good filmmakers to do those movies, and obviously they get really good actors to do those movies. I played it in that way that I wanted to play it. White added that he's far more interested in acting in the 25 million drama that I think most actors want to make, as opposed to the big budget superhero films. His upcoming movie, A24's The Iron Claw, sports drama about the Von Erich family. Can't wait for that. Wrestling Dynasty, Martha Marcy Merrick playing the Nest filmmaker Sean Durkee is directing. White stars, blah blah blah. The film.
He plays Kerry Von Erich, the Texas Tornado.
Yeah. But to his point, though, he has a good point. Like every time we always see like a really good actor rise to prominence, well, the first thing people are like, "Oh, he'll be really good in this fucking superhero film. He'll be good as that superhero or this superhero." And but to his secondary point of people prefer to make the $25 million film than the superhero film. Yes, of course, but they take the big payday. Every actor will tell you they'll take the big payday, soulless, generic studio film so they get enough money that they don't have to charge, or that they can work freely on the films that they really want to make.
But
yeah, go on.
My thing is though that
I agree, Rick.
I think
he's got a right attitude.
I think sometimes though, for the sake of continuous work, it's good to be involved in the franchise. Like the Star Trek actors, from the '60s, they were all, even though they didn't do much, like some of the secondary cast didn't do much after Star Trek was over. They were always guaranteed work with the movies and some of the crossovers with the other shows and stuff like that. It guaranteed them work, and these sort of things are pretty good, to have as an actor, to be involved in franchises where if they ever like go back to the well, you got a job. Harrison Ford, he was Han Solo for 40 years. He was Indiana Jones for 40 years. He was always able to go back to those movies. I think it's a good thing to be involved in certain franchises, so you guaranteed work in the future.
Yeah, that's fine. But it shouldn't be like the first place where people's mindset goes to, like, and we all do it. I'm guilty of it as well. To say like, oh yeah, this actor will be great as this superhero or that villain or all this kind of stuff. It's
I agree.
They should be on the fringes. They don't need to, everyone talks. Yeah, go on, sorry.
No, but I agree with, because you can also at the same time create your own franchise for the future, and guarantee yourself work by creating something from the ground up, and it's spinning off into various directions and stuff like that.
Why can't you make a superhero film that can be artsy? I mean, you can have both. I mean, the thing is that it depends on who's directing it, and B, how you play it. This idea that somehow superhero films are less arty than something else is ridiculous. I mean, like,
it's not the fact that it's about the artsy stuff. It's the fact that the majority of them, it's just taken over Hollywood. That's the problem. And when it's like when you're a music fan and the evolving of a genre that you like is absolute fucking dog shit, but it's the dominant market. For example, it becomes frustrating, and so with a lot of actors, like, no, I don't want to fucking be a superhero. No, I don't want to do this. But eventually, if they do, it's like for a fat paycheck. And I never begrudge anyone that goes back on their word, because at the end of the day, you're just there for the money. And if you don't give a shit, that's fine. We've seen it. I think Miles Teller is the prime example of a guy who, he's got that attitude that you can see in his films. Like when he works on projects, Miles Teller's the guy that was the drummer in the Whiplash film. Okay. Mm-hmm. And, he did the Fantastic, which was a lot of shit. He also did the Hunger Games. And if you look at his performances in those films, absolute dog shit. The guy has a shit attitude, but he just went there for the paycheck. And he was very honest about that. So he can work on the other fucking films that he wants to work on. And it's fine if you want to do that, but it shouldn't be the pinnacle of your career. It shouldn't be the default where that's where people want to see you end up in as a superhero film. DiCaprio staying away from all that and doing his own thing is great, because they wanted to fucking put him in as like Spider-Man in the early years and all this kind of shit. It's just like, no.
Well, I'll give you an example, like just from a different perspective, like David Corenswet, he's going to be the new Superman. I mean, he's laughing. I mean, if he makes Superman work and it does well, he's going to have work for possibly the rest of his life.
Or he could end up like Brandon Ralph, where it's a flop and he ends up in obscurity.
Yeah, no doubt, but you're hoping for the earlier. You don't want you take these particular chances, and even Brandon Ralph has found a decent amount of work here and there.
He's a good actor, mate. He's a really good actor. Like, I don't think he would have had a problem even without landing Superman, but it's thrown him more into the spotlight, and he's just got to pray that the film is good.
Like Christopher Reeve, unfortunately, he was so good as Superman, people couldn't see him being anything else. Whilst then someone like Henry Cavill, who was also an excellent Superman, he has found work elsewhere. He has done a variety of things. He's played villains as well. He's able to branch out. So you can, like, even what I'm trying to say is that being in this franchise will get you work as that character, but it'll also give you chances to find other work as well. I mean, so it's the best of both worlds.
I mean, look what happened to Robert Downey Jr. I mean, his career before Iron Man was in the Flaming Show. And it just, and then because he'd been having the massive problems, been having with drug problems and stuff like that. He'd been in jail multiple times, and then he just got a lucky break. I think
I get it, but that's not the conversation. Is about people thinking that is the pinnacle of your career is being in those films, when it's not the pinnacle of your career. You know, that we all have that attitude of we want to see them in a superhero film doing this and this, and we're just saying it shouldn't be. That shouldn't be the default. An actor can skirt through all the main franchises and have a fantastic career, and that's what it should be like. Not the default going straight to the popular franchises of the day.
Well, again, this is where I'm going to slightly disagree, because the thing is, right, I don't necessarily... look, I can understand his perspective, but I don't think it's always a case of I'm thinking of an actor and thinking he'd be great in a superhero movie. Now, there's certain actors I can look at and think they'd be great in a franchise, not necessarily even of the superhero variety. So, for example, we can talk about who'd be great if they were to reboot the Terminator franchise. Who'd be great to fit in if they ever decided to, do a modern version of Dirty Harry? Who would fit as a young version of Indiana Jones? These are not superhero movies. Again, I can also look at actors like Brendan Fraser, for example. Again, he won the Oscar for The Whale. I look at him. I don't think of him. What superhero movies could he star in? I think, well, what kind of serious drama pictures could I picture him in?
Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, yeah, it falls on the individuals, I suppose. But I know within the nerd circles, that's a lot of the stuff that we tend to. And again, I'm guilty of it as well.
I think when it comes to like tip top Hollywood megastars, you think of them, and you can think of some of them and think, man, this person would be great playing this villain in this superhero movie.
Yeah.
But again, there's other actors I look at and I think, well, man, this guy would be great playing James Bond.
Yeah.
Like, you look at Jimmy Smits, like, he was involved in the Star Wars prequels, and he's had the opportunity to be involved in Star Wars since, where he comes back for little cameos here and there in other films and other TV shows. It's given him guaranteed work. Since he did that, since he did the prequels initially. That's just my point there. But regarding Daniel Vance's comment here, this is bugging me. Cavill, Highlander movie forward now that strike is over. I mentioned it before a few streams ago that you should never remake a film that was successful because it's already a good film in the first place. You should only be remaking movies that are shit, that failed, and taking that same failure and taking it in a different direction to make it work the second time round.
Well, it's not just that. Like the TV series was also awesome.
Agreed.
As well. So why the fuck do we need Highlander? I don't need Highlander. It's, again, and it's just a pointless franchise to kind of reboot. It's like, who cares? It's not even fucking that interesting of a concept. It was interesting back in the day, and it was great, and the TV series were fucking awesome. And that I don't need. It's gonna flop. It's not gonna do fucking well. I don't see it doing well.
The Warhammer.
Bloated. Yes, do the Warhammer stuff. That's what people want to fucking see, especially if he's executive producing on it as well. That's what people want to see. I don't fucking want to see.
Well,
Look,
I'm glad. This I'm very happy about. I'm happy about because with Scarface itself is a remake, by the way, the Al Pacino one.
For a film in the 50s, I think it was.
Yeah, I don't even like the Scarface film. I prefer the original. I don't like the Pacino one. I don't know why.
There are some remakes. There are some remakes that are actually better than the originals. I would say Ocean's 11 is far better than the
Scarface as well. Even though I don't like it, it's far more superior compared to the general consensus. The Thing,
definitely, 100%. Yeah, I mean,
but there's certain movies that actually do benefit from a remake once, obviously, even if it's been successful back in the day, certain elements, obviously filmmaking techniques have improved.
Yeah, I agree.
And again, special effects have improved to where I think certain movies would benefit from a remake. So
For
one
sure.
film,
But Highlander's not one of them.
One film, for example, I think probably would benefit for a modern remake. At least would be, I think, Escape from New York.
Yeah, I actually I agree. I agree on that because when I was watching Wyatt Russell at times playing is it John Walker was the name of the character, the Captain America?
Not Russell. He was playing Snake Plissken.
No. Wyatt Russell, his son, played
John Walker.
John Walker. And there were moments where I thought to myself, "My God, you're your dad right there as Snake fucking Plissken." You know what I mean? And unfortunately, Wyatt Russell, he's been asked to play Snake Plissken, and he doesn't want to do it, but he doesn't want to be in his dad's fucking shadow.
Yeah,
and him and his dad are in the MCU, by the way, but his dad plays the fucking God Planet in
Ego.
Yes,
Ego.
Exactly, but yeah, I would love. I wouldn't mind actually. I think I like Escape from New York, but I think it's overrated. I think it's overrated. I like Escape from LA a lot more.
Yeah, I love Escape from LA. Oh, it's fucking great. Underrated.
Escape from LA. I love Escape from LA.
I prefer Escape from New York, but again, I think that would probably be a film that would benefit greatly from a remake, particularly because, again, the technology in that original one, it's laughable when you consider this was supposed to be set in the future.
Yeah.
Never put a date on your films. Never put a date on your films.
Like never put a date in your film. Yeah. Just put a bleak, it's in the future. Now,
20XX.
Yeah, 20XX or 30XX or whatever.
Oh, whatever it's for Contra.
Yeah, films I never want to see get remade as well as Back to the Future. I don't care if the technology would benefit it. Don't fucking remake.
No, I think leave that one alone.
Yeah, perfect trilogy. It doesn't need remaking.
Well, by the way, have you guys seen the movie Lockout with Guy Pearce? Because the people call that the unofficial Escape Part 3 movie, where basically there's a prison in space and he has to save the president's daughter. Guy Pearce's character. And
I know the one you're talking about. Yeah,
he's a bit like a cocky version of Snake Plissken, but he goes in space to save the president's daughter, who's in the space prison, which has been taken over by the prisoners. Check it out. It's a good fun flick. Yeah.
I was gonna I forgot now. I was gonna mention a film. No, never mind. No, it wouldn't benefit because I was thinking No Escape with Ray Liotta, but that really didn't have much tech in it. Demolition Man could do with a good.
No. Demolition is fine as it is, man.
No, I love it, but you could do like an adjacent film.
Phoenix.
Yeah, I fucking love that film so much.
That film is brilliant, man. I still don't like to use those 3 seashells though, but yeah. Yeah, I mean
the Greeks will tell you we used to use them a lot to scoop the shit out.
You think that, but there's no like those seashells look stainless. So like that's what bugging me. Like
just scoop.
I'll
use
a
damn 3 seashells.
I'll just get a fine and fucking talk into the machine.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Something to wipe your ass with. Because apparently in the future they don't have bidets or the Japanese toilets where you can just flush your ass and dry it, or what every Muslim household has,
Yeah.
Live action Zelda has been announced, working with Sony Pictures. So you can, I would hold that yay just yet because Sony Pictures.
Done a good job. They've done a good job on Spider-Man.
Again, that's because of Disney's involvement. They didn't just have full control over the production of that. Because if you look at a Sony controlled film, you've got Venom. So yeah, I can't stand when people always talk about Spider-Man like that because it's like no, that.
I was also thinking of. I know the animation is different to live action, but they did a good job with those as well. So
yeah, again, they had a great creative with minimal interference, and obviously that the sequel was a shit show in creativity in terms of what the artists went through. But live action Zelda made by Sony Studios, no, just no.
I would say that the Nintendo films we've got, and I think most of them have been really good. Like Detective Pikachu was pretty decent. The Mario movie was pretty decent. The Castlevania ones on Netflix have been pretty good.
Not Sony Studios though.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just going by the track record that I've got so far from Nintendo.
Mario movie, that wasn't live action though. That was animated.
No, but good adaptation of a game.
And the live action one was shit.
Yeah, but that was in 1990 something.
That was
1993.
I love that film. That's a guilty pleasure film. That is. Again, not Sony Pictures, not live action, so very hard to gauge. Detective Pikachu. Yeah, okay, that was fine for what it was, but this is Sony Studios, and you've got to take Sony Studios for what they are, and what they are is awful. They're one of the worst studios. Like before Fox got bought by Disney, I would have put Fox and Sony as the absolute drizzling shit of all the studios. Paramount is shit, but at least they had a couple of franchises that they could fall on. Sony is just fucking. They just make shit after shit after shit. With Spider-Verse being a standout, and that's animation, you know. And so the fact that, oh god, I don't fucking like it. I don't like it that Sony are gonna do Zelda. They're gonna shit
Let's
the bed.
Let's just see how it goes. You know?
Yeah, let's give it a chance.
Let's give it. Daniel Vance, Ghost of Mars was supposed to be Escape from Earth. Kurt Russell Soldier is part of the. I always thought Kurt Russell Soldier was part of the Alien universe, and Ghost of Mars is basically a shitty version of fucking Evil Dead. In my opinion, it's so bad. That's what I think. Arguably,
both of those films were bad.
That's John
Soldier
Carpenter's worst movie.
and Ghost of Mars, fucking awful.
I thought Soldier was like a rip off of Universal Soldier.
That's
kind
what it
of,
felt like. Yeah.
But I'll tell you a film which is kind of apparently set in the Alien universe, but you don't see any xenomorphs or Ripley or anything like that. It's a really good film, old school. It's called Outlander with Sean Connery. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Check that film out. That film is awesome. That's a really good film.
Never gets
where Sean Connery plays a space cop.
A space cop. Yeah, space cop. Security on a Jupiter moon mining. It's really good. I love that film.
Not as good as his outfit in Zardos, but you know.
Well, anyway, what have you watched of Sean Connery, mate?
But a lot of people say that film is set in the Alien universe, but obviously you don't see any xenomorphs and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I just mention the live action Last Airbender film? Please don't make it like the film.
Oh god, don't give.
Did you see the trailer? Did you see the new trailer for it?
Yeah, it looks fucking awesome.
Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, it looks like it'll be more faithful to the. I don't think they're gonna fuck it up. Well, again, M. Night Shyamalan, he's a fucking charlatan of a director anyway.
He's made good stuff, but he's also made bad stuff.
2 good films. That's it. He's made 2 good films.
Yeah.
Signs and Sixth Sense are the only ones I like. I didn't like Unbreakable.
Really?
I thought Split was great.
I like Unbreakable. I like Signs. I thought those were too good. I thought Sixth Sense was okay. I thought that obviously everyone was going on about the twist at the end, and
I literally I did an IT crowd and smacked a friend in the face when he was about to spoil this guy. He's not a friend. He was a fucking twat of a human being, because he had this thing in his head where he was compelled to do the exact opposite of what somebody asked him to do. So he was a complete contrarian, and he ruined episode 2 for me about when Yoda comes out and fights with a lightsaber, and then I called him a fucking twat. I said, "If you do that again, I'm gonna slap you." So when he was about to do it with Sixth Sense, he goes, "Oh, by the way, the twist is that," and I just smacked him so hard across the face.
Lovely,
big red mark. And that was the last time we spoke. I just said, you know what? I'm a fucking 10 years of your bullshit. Just fuck off. You just want to ruin everyone's good time. So I loved it. That was the most satisfying slap I've ever given a human being. So I managed to see the film without getting spoiled.
Knock at the Cabin is a good film. Is that the one with Batista?
Yes.
I just want to really go on to Batista, by the way, as I brought him up. Everyone goes on about The Rock. And how he made a massive career for himself, and a lot of people going on about John Cena now, who's doing pretty well. But I think people forget the one person who came out of nowhere, who ended up having a Hollywood career and is really prominent in Hollywood, is fucking Dave Bautista. I mean, the guy is, when I say massive,
and he's done some good shit as well. Good shit.
but he's involved in everything. Like, you know, all variety of films. Like The Rock is pretty much action hero. You know, that's what he's doing nowadays. Whilst, you know, the variety of stuff that Dave Bautista's in, like he was in that he was in Glass Onion not too long ago, and that, you know, and then he's in Blade 2049 and stuff like that.
June. He was in one of the Bond movies.
Yeah, he was in the Bond movie. He played Mr. Hinks, which is basically the modern day version of Jaws. You know, and he might come back as well, like Jaws did. You know, you never know. Well, I doubt it.
I doubt it. The franchise is getting rebooted now. He's great. Exactly. No, Batista's great. He's done much better shit than like The Rock is just like he's to the point where I'm just like I don't really want to see him in a fucking film. You know, he just plays the same bloody person all the time. He's so concerned about his brand now that he won't branch out of being typecast as generic dickhead. That now he's just not appealing to us. John Cena, I'm always curious to see because he's not afraid to humiliate himself or go that extra mile and all of that. But even he's just getting a bit too generic now with his stuff. But with Batista, you never know what you're gonna fucking get with him. You get the standard stuff, and then you get like the more artsy stuff with him.
Well, with The Rock in his early Hollywood career, he was trying to mix it up.
Yeah,
but the moment he became Hobbs in the Fast and the Furious,
exactly,
he never looked back. He became Jack generic fucking badass.
Yeah,
for the rest of his career. You know
that's
what I mean?
it. That's exactly it. Spot on. Yeah. Okay, let's go into wrestling now. There's quite a few things. Shredder, I know if you want to get your stuff ready. I'm just
we'll quickly fire through the AEW news first of all before the big stories, which both concern WWE. Sure. So the quick AEW stories. Jim Ross has gone on a hiatus on doctor's advice. This is due to some wounds from his leg injury from skin cancer treatment. So, I think give him a few weeks to heal, and then come back and do what he was doing on Collision, which was just call the main event and give it some credence and credibility.
He should be.
I'm fine with him in that role. Samoa Joe defended the ROH TV title against Keith Lee, and then he relinquished the belt after successfully defending it, saying he's coming after the AEW title. I have no fucking clue why they just had him relinquish the ROH TV title. Yeah. Jake Roberts has returned to TV, managing the Righteous tag team. That's going to be an interesting pairing.
The Bunny, look, by the way, Jake Roberts.
He's looking good.
Okay,
he's looking good. So he's so the Bunny, aka Ali Hayes, she's been released. She announced right about the same time that her release was confirmed that she set up an OnlyFans page.
Sweet.
Mariah May has signed with AEW.
I'm happy about that.
Signed a hot prospect. They've also signed a hot prospect from the independent circuit called Megan Bain. Now she's 25 years old. She's very, very good female independent wrestler. But what's happened is AEW signed her up. From the looks of things, they signed her several months ago, but they've sent her to work some Joshi promotions in Japan to get some experience before they bring her back and use her on TV. So that's going to be interesting to see how she does. Mercedes Moon is expected to sign with AEW once she's cleared from injury. Mandy Rose has also spoke about potentially joining AEW as well. So that'll be an interesting one to see if any negotiations happen. Will Ospreay, meanwhile, is being courted by both AEW and WWE. His contract with New Japan expires early 2024. He's also now finally said that he'd be willing to move to the United States. So he's a hot prospect for both companies. WWE might have the edge though, because there's talk now, serious talk now, of launching NXT Europe next year, which will allow Ospreay to relocate and live in the UK.
Yeah, but they did the Europe shit before, haven't they? And
no, they did NXT UK. They did an NXT UK. They shut down that promotion, but again, they've been working on actually launching an entire NXT Europe branch.
I'm not for that. I
I think AEW might have the thing just because they have the Forbidden Door stuff, so he could maybe go back and work Japan if he wants to.
Well, again, it depends on how much money WWE comes in with an offer for.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Yeah, because they could get like silly money for him, and also, like, let's be honest, like AEW is having issues here because they're not making enough profit either. So they're going to have to trim a lot of fat. Rumors are that they're going to make a lot of cuts in Ring of Honor as well, or just cut the promotion entirely, because he just wants like the tapes mainly and anything. So fuck knows what's going on with AEW. If I was him, I'd just go to WWE. WWE now with Vince not being in any kind of control, let's be honest, is now becoming a much more tempting place to go for wrestlers. Whereas before it was AEW, but AEW is just a fucking shit show at the moment. So people are now kind of opting to go back to WWE or go to WWE. So I reckon Ospreay, if Ospreay goes to AEW, it will just be like for the Kenny Omega stuff. But if he goes to WWE, you know, God knows what we'll get there. It's a big open door for him, and they're going to need it because look, they need to start building up talent for when Roman Reigns eventually just steps down and leaves. You know, he can't be the face of the company anymore. They got Cody Rhodes, they got LA Knight, they can have Will Ospreay, they can have, you know, a fuck ton of other talent now. Kind of take the Usos, all that they've earned
Give
their
it to
right
Seth
to
Rollins.
be. Seth Rollins is there. You know, yeah, there's plenty of talent, but they need that main event kind of roster. Yeah, sorry,
I am thinking WWE would probably be the destination. One, you bring him in, you push him solidly for about 6 months on the main roster, and once you're ready to launch NXT Europe, he becomes the face of that brand.
Oh yeah, or that. Yeah, sorry, I keep thinking I forgot about that, but yeah, that's it. That's a great idea. That's the best way to do that.
Especially if he wants to live long term in the UK.
Yeah.
If he'd be more interested in relocating to the UK and being the face of NXT Europe, WWE is automatically the front runner to get him.
Maybe that was part of their discussion as well, to say, "Hey, look, we're going to launch."
That's very possible.
Yeah, so it works out great for him. If he doesn't want to be on the main roster in WWE, then he could just go do the NXT Europe stuff, which is fine. I mean, he's not a spring chicken anymore either. Not that he's old.
No, he's 30, but he's had multiple injuries over the years, including multiple.
I thought he was older, but yeah,
multiple concussions, though.
Yeah. Yeah. So exactly.
It's uncertain how long you'd get out of him, but again, if they can get a good solid 5-6 years out of him, I think they would take the risk.
Absolutely.
Speaking of NXT, we'll save the Vince McMahon story for last, I think.
Yeah.
But NXT is moving to the CW network next year, and this appears to have been in large part due to the NWA fucking up their negotiations.
Oh god!
Now,
cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Yeah, for anyone who's unaware of what happened, the NWA ran a pay-per-view. It was called Samhain, NWA Samhain pay-per-view, although it's spelled Samhain, but it's Gaelic word Samhain. And during this pay-per-view, they cut to a segment where in the crowd, you've got James Mitchell, a couple of wrestlers he manages, and some women in scantily clad outfits at a table with cocaine on it, or gimmick cocaine on it, including where Jim Mitchell takes a spoon of coke and does a bump.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I have no fucking clue how the hell Billy Corgan thought this was a good idea to stick this on pay-per-view.
And it was his idea.
It was his idea. The clip went viral. It caused such a backlash that the CW network stepped up their negotiations with WWE.
Yeah.
And on top of this, it meant that, NXT, I think, got a 70% increase in their value when it came to their TV deal.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this was part of an earnings call fairly recently. But again, they did this cocaine thing with Jim Mitchell, and I don't know what the hell Billy Corgan was thinking. I really
don't know. I mean, what? Now, look. Normally they say there's no such thing as bad publicity. However, when it comes to wrestling, yes, there fucking is, because wrestling is always on a knife edge when it comes to advertisers. Because there was a whole thing. I can't remember which video I was watching with advertisers and their kind of attitude towards wrestling, and not just that. It's the fact that they've come to the understanding that the demographics that they're targeting don't care about the products that they're advertising, so they don't spend money on the products that they're advertising. So therefore, they're reluctant to kind of advertise their product on there. Some people have gone as far as to say it's because they're always broke. No, it's not because the wrestling fans are broke. It's because they're not interested in the product you're peddling. If you come in there peddling wrestling merchandise and things akin to that, and within the that stuff, they'll buy it. But they're not going to care about fucking buying a exercise bike or fucking high range TV or whatever you're kind of pushing, all this kind of shit. And so when you go do stupid things like this, you're not going to have advertisers wanting to associate your product with fucking cocaine. So it's just stupid.
I mean, I can only think that I can only think of that they wanted attention.
It's Billy Corgan you're thinking of from Smashing Pumpkins, mate.
Yeah. So all I could think of is that they wanted attention, and they thought, all right, this is going to be controversial. But the thing is, the controversy
was great, but it was just a dumb move on their part.
It was a dumb move.
But it was a great segment. It was hilarious.
I mean, because they could. I think they just hired the lady. If you watch Wrestlers, the Netflix show about OVW, they just hired the lady off that's the name, Haley J. Hollywood Haley J. They just hired her. So I think she was one of the ones in that particular segment. I'm sure she was because I recognized her.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't watch the show, but yeah, I'll take your word for it.
Anyway, so I mean. So they're probably trying to do it like she's this edgy sort of like female heel. But the thing is that edginess, there's a point to edginess, and that's not, the line is don't do drugs because you're supposed to be having a kid's audience for this shit.
Well, supposedly the
where they're going to go though? They don't have a TV anymore.
Again, Corgan is claiming that he's still in negotiation with another top 20 TV network, which I think is utter bullshit on his part.
I agree.
Yeah,
but again, they were supposedly the CW network were not interested in what they did on pay-per-view. It was just going to be the content of the TV show that they were most concerned with. The deal was supposed to be the NWA Power was going to be on CW network, and Billy Corgan had also produced a reality show around the NWA, which was going to be broadcast there as well. Now, after the cocaine incident and the backlash that got, CW Network, at one point, were talking about not putting them on TV, but making them an app exclusive show. So, in other words, you would have to go out of the way to get the CW app and search them out.
That's it. Right, okay.
However, again, they stepped up their talks with WWE instead. Now, I don't know why Corgan thought that was a good thing to put on camera. I don't know if it's anything to do with the fact, he's been in the rock industry for so long that cocaine just doesn't mean shit to him.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's deciding to maybe he's going with the mindset of the fans, the smart fans, the ones who pay attention to the podcasts and shoot interviews. They know James Mitchell, has done cocaine and copious amounts of alcohol, so this is something you might expect from him. But again, it's not something you should be putting on camera.
No. For wrestling, I mean, for anything else is fine, and the only reason I say that again is because that fine line that advertisers just don't want to fuck with your product. If there was never an issue with advertising and getting deals and all this kind of shit, none of us would be batting an eyelid. But okay, so that was a fun segment, but because of the kind of nature of wrestling and the kind of margins that they work with, it was just you've just completely shot yourself in the foot yet again. Like the guy Billy Corgan is so self-destructive, it's just fucking boggles my mind what an absolute tool he is. and now the CW, NXT are going to get the CW. This just means basically we're going to get a bunch of emo wrestlers that are going to get into ring. Oh, my mother never loved me, so I'm just going to take it out on you.
Again, this was a very dumb decision by the NWA. I don't know. I mean, maybe Corgan decided the things like maybe he's decided, I'll play on the fact that certain fans know about incidents like James Mitchell potentially, almost blowing his own hand off.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's good for the Eric Bischoff model of controversy creates cash.
Yeah, but Bischoff never. The worst Bischoff showed was Scott Hall drunk on TV. He never showed a wrestler high off his fucking tits.
Yeah, and besides, let's be honest, WWE topped that by having Val Venus's cock getting chopped off. That's very rare. You're gonna top that in terms of what in the fuck.
They did a couple of stupid things. They had Spanky running around naked, and they did the angle with Jericho and Christian, where they had flesh colored underwear on to make them look like they were naked, and and shit like that. They done, and obviously during the Diva era, they were like getting people like Sable to flash her tits or whatever, So,
but again, the WWE had that. They had obviously the brand recognition that maybe they could get away with some of that stuff and just get a slight warning from the network. Yeah. But the NWA did not have that. They've pushed the envelope way too far, and it's cost them dearly. They've lost the TV deal from the looks of things.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when they moved from YouTube to Fight TV. I think that I wouldn't even call that a good move either, because we used to love fucking talking about the products on Fanboy group, and it was really good at the time. Then they moved to Fight TV, and the product just took a dive after that. Just weird decisions being made.
Well, the thing is that
really quick.
The decision to move to Fight also came after the pandemic. If you remember correctly, when because they had to stop obviously during the COVID pandemic, and when they were able to actually get wrestling and get wrestling on again, that was when they moved to Fight.
That's right, because they were on a roll, and then COVID hit, and it derailed everything. Yeah, that's right.
Because remember, they had set up on because they had done a pay-per-view. Where I believe it was the pay-per-view where they had the TV title tournament that Ricky Starks won.
Yeah, that's right.
And the end of that show, I can't remember who was Nick Aldis's opponent for the world title that night. I think it might have been Flip Gordon.
The man that works as a teacher.
No, Tim Storm wasn't the opponent in that, because Tim Storm was in the TV title tournament that night.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
but Nick Aldis was confronted at the end of that show by Marty Scurll, because Marty Scurll was the hottest free agent in the business at that point. This is before Speaking Out happened.
Yeah, Speaking Out happened. Yeah.
But again, the COVID pandemic, and they were building to the Crockett Cup, where it's going to be the rematch of Nick Aldis versus Marty Scurll. COVID hit and derailed everything.
Fuck that stupid pandemic. Goddamn Chinese. Let's get the Chinese.
But that's when they made the decision to move to Fight. They didn't get anywhere near the numbers they were expecting, so they wound up coming back to YouTube. But then the damage was already done.
The damage was done, and the product was fucking awful. After that.
Because they lost not just talent in the ring, but let's face facts. Season 1, they went from commentary, from having Jim Cornette until the end of season 1. Okay, Jim Cornette winds up resigning. They then get Stu Bennett, Wade Barrett.
Yeah,
but then they lose him.
Yeah, just silly. And like a lot of the roster kind of moved on as well during the pandemic, wasn't it? That some of them moved on.
Because James Storm left. He wound up going to Impact.
Yeah.
Eli Drake was eventually signed by WWE.
Yeah.
So they lost him. Ricky Starks left. He went to AEW.
AEW.
They lost Zicky Dice as well. He wound up going to TNA.
Mm-hmm.
So and of course I think the final
Thunder Rosa as well. They lost.
Thunder Rosa wound up going to AEW. Yep.
Yeah.
So did Serena Deeb.
Yeah, Serena Deeb. Yeah.
But the biggest blow probably when they came back from COVID was when they lost Nick Aldis.
Yeah, that was it.
And he was I agreed with him when he gave his interview about, what the state of the company.
Yeah.
And the stuff was just embarrassing because he said, look, how could I justify if I was to bring Harley Race or Terry Funk or Dory Funk Jr. to one of these shows, how could I justify what they're seeing? Because they were doing stuff like one of the guys, actually, it was in the cocaine segment, a wrestler called Gags the Gimp.
Yeah.
Zam's favorite wrestler. Billy Corgan, during the pandemic era, he booked a social distancing match where two women had to stay 6 feet apart from each other. They couldn't actually touch, but they were, going through motions and taking bumps.
Yeah, that was it. That and putting the belt on Tyrius was done. That was it.
Just sounding that. Just the sound of that.
That's up there with the invisible man wrestler and the fucking block. Oh shit. Just ridiculous. With the bunny, I wonder if she'll go back to TNA because, remember, she died in TNA. So I wonder if they'll do like a whole city resurrection thing, and because she's great, I love the bunny. Her and Penelope Ford are really underrated, and even Penelope Ford would benefit from going to TNA. A great women's division, and just adding them to the roster will be.
Do you think AEW is basically like a sinking ship at the moment? And
it is. It is. It's in trouble, and with Tony Khan just refusing to not be a booker anymore, and just putting in proper creatives, he's in danger.
Here's something as well. This was brought up on Dutch Mantel's podcast, and this was brought up in response to Jeff Jarrett had sent an invitation out on Twitter or on his podcast, one of the two, for Jim Cornette to show up to the Louisville tapings.
Yeah.
Now, Cornette responded to that on Twitter, and he said that I couldn't find another person who was going in the area that we could share the cost of the 2-for-1 tickets. But here's something that was brought up. It's the fact that a lot of people have been discovering that AEW is in their town only a day or two before the actual show is due to take place.
Really?
So it seems like there has been a massive failure in their marketing in local areas.
Idiot. He's going to start relying on the fucking Zam. Are you typing that about your own schlong? He's going to start.
Are you beefing yourself up?
Yeah, Nascodge. The guy's he's gonna start relying too much on the foreign market at this rate. If that's his kind of style of running a fucking wrestling business.
I mean, because
the
Wembley show, you can maybe do that every year, maybe every year and a half, but there's going to be diminishing returns on that.
Well,
absolutely.
I mean, they're now. They've announced that the Wembley show tickets go on sale in December.
I'll be very if they sell out again.
With everything that's happened, it'll be interesting to see. Yeah,
I'll be very surprised if that sells out again.
Yeah,
I think the first time it sold out, it was people begging for wrestling, but I think the people wanted to come. I mean, I don't think people have the money.
If you look at the current product now, who the fuck is there to kind of appeal? Well,
Edge.
I don't know.
It's not. It's not just that. It's the fact that we if you remember that AEW Wembley show, we said at the time, but we said months in advance. We said months in advance that they should have been building that up like WrestleMania. They should have been making that a must-see card, top to bottom.
It's a toss,
but they didn't. Yeah. There was like a handful of matches that you really wanted to go out your way to see.
Yeah, and most of the matches in that fucking show were, two of them are up there with the worst matches of the year. Sabian Stampede and the fucking the Kenny Omega match.
Has Edge fought Christian yet?
No, that's going to be the next pay-per-view. It's Edge. It's going to be Edge, Sting, and Darby Allin against Christian, Luchasaurus, and Nick Wayne.
Why is it a fucking triple fucking 6-man tag?
That's the sort of match. That's the sort of match.
That's the other thing that
fucking
SmackDown. That's the other thing that fucks me off AEW. There's all these 7-man tag matches.
I look like a Council House Love Island.
They've actually built this one up fairly well. I mean, this was built up when Ric Flair came out and made his AEW debut, and Christian challenged Sting and Darby Allin to find a third partner, just not Ric Flair.
Yeah,
and I think it was next. Yeah, Edge has volunteered. He's stepped up.
Okay, gonna kidnap his turtles. I will break Shredder. Gonna kidnap his turtles. Well, you could try. He's Scottish. He'll headbutt you. Yeah, good luck with that. Okay, well, Vince McMahon. Like I said, I love it when I'm right. When I'm right, I can tweak my nipples all day, which gets Nascodge off because he loves that sort of thing. Yeah, he's selling a chunk of his shares, not selling them all at once.
Give us 20 quid and we'll tweak our nipples on the screen for you.
Absolutely, yeah. Donate 20 quid, we'll tweak our nipples. But he's selling off a third of his shares. Obviously, he doesn't want to sell them off in one lump sum because that causes the stock to plummet, which it did a little bit when he sold or put up to sell his shares, worth something like 700 million. For the amount of shares that he's selling,
no, can't be that much.
Yeah, that's what they said on the Cultaholic. Have a look, double check.
Hang on, right? I'll have a look for that.
But yeah, this is basically look. Ari Emanuel has called Vince a liability last week or this week as well. The Ari Emanuel is a two-faced cunt anyway. Minute they
you're right, it is about $700 million worth. So yeah, 8.4 million of his 28 million shares.
Yeah, there you go, and that's 700 million. Ari and another guy want to buy about 3 million worth combined, which is nothing. It's a fucking drop in the ocean. So we'll see.
Is it $3 million or is it 3 million shares?
No, $3 million. So like 1 point. Ari Emanuel and the other guy were like 1 point something million dollars each to buy a chunk of shares. Not all of the shares, just a chunk of the shares. So that's why it's a $3 million combined to buy a certain chunk of the shares. And that. But yeah, this is Vince going on his way out. Look, Ari Emanuel, like I said, he has no creative control now in WWE. That's gone. They have consistently shit-talked him since the deal went through. And this is Vince. He knows that there's nothing he could do now. He has no control. And I knew this was going to happen. The whole point was once they do all the sweet talking, give fluff his cock and all this kind of shit. And then once the deal goes through, they're going to get shot of him because he is a fucking liability. I mean, creatively alone, let alone the stuff that's happening outside of the fucking ring. And by the end of 2024, he'll probably be completely fucking gone from the company. And good riddance. Good riddance. He did it to himself. I bet you any money now he's wishing he sold it to the Saudis. Because with the Saudis, they would have just left the status quo carry on and let the product become garbage.
Yeah, but they don't know shit. So they're gonna
exactly. Exactly. They don't know shit, but TKO know their shit. They know about the marketing stuff. They know what Vince is like and his creativity and all this kind of shit. And that's why they're ousting him from the company. And it's beautiful, beautiful karma. It couldn't have happened to a nicer person because that's what he deserves. He deserves to just get unceremoniously kicked out like a piece of shit. Obviously, yeah, but and with Vince, it's not even about the financial gains that he gets from it. It's the fact that control is his thing. And he no longer has control over his own product, which he took away control from his own father. And I fucking love it. I love it.
Do you think it's because of that, or do do you think it's potentially that they've got some more dirt on him?
It could be.
It could be a mixture. It could be a mixture of everything.
It could be a mixture of everything.
Because again, they've labelled him liability.
Yeah, they've labelled him liability.
It could be that they found out more dirt, but it also could be that he's been trying to make more creative decisions, and people are going, "Nah, bugger off."
Well, the creative stuff is nothing to do with the liability stuff. That was said beforehand. That's why he lost control. But then
the liability stuff would be like all the payouts he's done for NDAs for women he's had sex with.
Listen, mate, when he dies, there is going to be months long of content made of all the dodgy shit Vince McMahon has done.
That would be phenomenal.
Guaranteed, Dark Side of the Ring will have an entire season just on Vince McMahon.
Yeah, you can just take a year and do the dodgy shit that he's done within that 1 year, and you've got content for fucking 40 years. It's just, and they know this. The people that bought they know the fucking dirt on him. They know, and they want to get rid of him, and they could be using that as leverage. They say, "Look, walk, or we'll expose you for more shit." Or they're saying, "Go, because you're going to tank the shares, and you're not going to get your value for money when you try to sell your own shares. So go now." And so they can bolster the share prices back up, because the share prices are dropping anyway. So yeah, God knows, but I'm just wait for that day when Vince McMahon dies, and all the fucking shit comes out, all the shit. There'll be no stopping him, no stopping it, because Linda McMahon's not going to give a flying fuck about her ex-husband's dirt. They'll be like, yeah, fuck it, whatever, man.
Yeah, I mean, as well, you can't sue for defamation when it's against a dead person.
Exactly. And I don't think his kids give a flying fuck about him, especially Shane McMahon. So, yeah, can't wait. Literally can't fucking wait. Anything else on wrestling?
Nope.
No, I think that about covers it for now.
All right. Okay. I'm just going to move on to gaming then.
Unless you want to briefly touch upon Logan Paul getting the US title.
What we can do for that magnificent save that he did on Rey Mysterio. I'll give him props for that. That was great.
Yeah, I'll give him props. I'll give him props for that. But supposedly he's now saying he thinks he's done with boxing, and he wants to go into wrestling full time.
Oh God!
God, I fucking hope not.
I hope not.
Look! He's actually a superb wrestler, but I don't get it. The guy's making. He's still every match I've watched of his has been very enjoyable. But what I'm saying is that the guy is richer than majority of the people on that roster. He's
because he's a professional crook.
Yeah, because he's a con artist.
Yes. I get it. But the point is, why would he want to be involved in an industry which makes him less money than he's making as a YouTuber? I don't get it.
It's not about the money.
Spotlight.
It's a spotlight.
Yeah,
he doesn't need the money.
Think about it as well. That extra spotlight is going to gain him a whole new audience, and on top of that, it's going to give him greater brand recognition for things like Prime.
Yeah,
I haven't tried one yet, and I refuse to. There's Prime fucking everywhere. I don't refuse to try it because Logan Paul's a crook and stuff like that, but this is one fad I'm not going to jump in on. That's my whole thing about it. I don't want to know, like it's just a fucking drink, and I refuse to drink it for that reason alone, because it's just a fucking fad, nothing more.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't care less about it, to be honest. It's like a Mr. Beast burger. I don't care what Ghost Kitchen is going to sit there and construct a fucking generic burger for me. I'm not interested.
Apparently, just a separate quick tangent. Apparently, Mr. Beast candy did not sell well at Halloween. It was the one thing that wound up left on the shelves in a lot of places, because he was trying to sell a brand of candy. I think it was called These Nuts.
Fucking well, no wonder he didn't fucking leave the shelves. Then what parent's going to buy that?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, oh, fuck, I can't stand the guy. He does some nice stuff, but he's just charity porn. That's what his fucking channel is. I can't stand that shit.
Mr. Beast Burger.
Yeah, Mr. constructed by, it doesn't even own the fucking brand anymore, but the brand's still continuing and is in a massive lawsuit with that company. But you know, it's like the pink sauce lady, you know, just got to be a bit more litigious with what you sign. Don't just fucking sign shit for the sake of it. So okay, just quickly on gaming, GTA 6, obviously elephant in the room. News was announced
next month.
Yep, trailer next month for the 25th anniversary of Shitstar Studios. And I don't really give a fuck about.
Is that all?
Yeah, 1998 they were formed.
Oh,
and yeah, I can't stand fucking Rockstar Studios. They were amazing at one point, but after GTA 5, they're just fucking garbage. Not just they're just garbage behind the scenes as well.
I will be curious to see the trailer for two reasons. One, I want to see how many of the leaks, that Rockstar has maybe decided to just they've decided to change things up, just because of all the leaks that have happened.
Yeah.
And two, I want to see what the reaction is if they decide to go with a ethnic minority protagonist, a female ethnic minority protagonist. I want to see the fucking meltdown from all the right-wing fucking chuds.
Which is just fucking ridiculous. It's like, who cares if it's a male and female protagonist, and it's a white male and a Latina female protagonist. But
no, we can't have that.
We already had a black guy, two black guys as protagonists.
It's woke stuff. It's woke stuff. It's work. Yeah, it's work.
Yeah. It's work. Fucking work. I don't like the work stuff.
Present day shit. Fucking
brilliant. All right. Now, I am excited because I love the GTA franchise. I just think it's stupid that we've not had a new one in 10 fucking years.
Why would you though? As a business, why would you make a new one when your current one is making you fucking hundreds of millions every year? It just doesn't make any business sense.
They've been banking on so much, and like the depth of these games as well. Though, like if it's going to be anything like what people think it would be, it would be a game that would probably take 10 years to make anyway.
I mean, they're saying that it costs like about $1 billion to make the game, and they'll fucking make that back in the first year. And a game that costs that much to make, I guarantee the micros are going to be egregious. Mm-hmm. It's going to be fucking survival simulator, just like Red Dead Redemption was. Rockstar don't fucking make fun games. They make games that are just frustrating, boring, fucking outdated shite. Like Red Dead had a great story, but online, the only reason I played it for as long as I did the Red Dead Redemption 2 online is because I was having a fucking insane amount of fun with a friend of ours because we were fucking about and we were griefing other people because there was nothing else to do. All the stuff that you could do would make you money, which would not make you want to buy the gold, the gold that the game was trying to sell you. And so they gave up on the online. GTA 6 is going to be fucking microtransaction on steroids.
Look, GTA 5, when that game came out, people were queuing around the fucking block to buy that fucking game. Kids were getting mugged, for that fucking game. And that game came out 2 generations of console ago. It came out on the PlayStation 3 and the Xbox fucking 360.
Again, there was no incentive for Rockstar to go ahead and make GTA 6 when they've re-released it twice on 2 further generations. And on top of that, they have been banking big time on the microtransactions from GTA Online.
Yeah, exactly. They just make silly money. It's the most profitable franchise of all time. Of anything.
I think it's smart business sense though to think ahead of the fact that eventually even a game like GTA 5 will run its course, and they'll have to they're not bring. I can't remember the last time they brought out a DLC for that game. So
it wasn't that long ago. There was a DLC that came out during the time of the leaks. That came out.
Fair enough.
Yeah, they're still making content. Still, it's online stuff. It's not single player. It's online.
But I do feel like drips and drabs of people are dropping away from that game now, and I do think they need to come up with a new Trojan horse, so to speak. And
that's why That's what I mean. They've been working on GTA 6 for at least the last 6 years, 6 years. We know that because they knew eventually the world's going to dry out. So now they're moving on to the next world, and GTA 6 is going to make a fuck ton of money. Whether it will have the same longevity as GTA 5, it's going to be interesting. I can't say yes or no. You never know.
I don't know because you can't really flaming add-ons they did to Vice City. They did the Ballad of Gay Tony. No, that was 4. Sorry, but they did release a couple of add-ons to play Vice City, and it was pretty good.
It's a variety.
Vice City.
That was GTA 4, wasn't it?
GTA 4 was the Ballad of Gay Tony, and it was the biker gang one. There was only 2 add-ons.
That was GTA 3, Ballad of Gay Tony.
No, it's GTA 4.
GTA 4.
Okay.
GTA 4. I remember it. I loved it. That was an absolutely fantastic storyline. It was brilliant. Even had Omid Jalili in it as well. It was great. But yeah, with GTA 5, obviously they ramped up all the add-ons and all. Not to the main story though. They focused mainly online stuff because that's where the money were. The shark cards have just made absolute fucking insane money. And and this is what I keep saying to people, it's not about your desires, it's about the business sense. So your desire would be, I want to move on to GTA 6, but GTA 5 is making you hundreds of millions of dollars every year. As a business, you don't have to waste your resources on something else when that one product is making you money. So you keep your team small, tight, work on that, keep that fucking pumping the money out until the world dries out. Epic Games now has done mass layoffs because Fortnite isn't making the money it was before. So they're going to move on to their next fucking project probably as well. So,
But look, another example would be look at Bethesda. I mean, they've not bothered to try and make a sequel to Skyrim. Instead, all they do is they focus on developing that same game to every new system.
Yeah, that's it.
Still waiting for that Indiana Jones game from them. I mean, if that ever happens. Yeah, that's the only thing I give a fuck about with Bethesda. And I was not happy that they were the ones given that reins because I don't like their games in the first place, their Fallout and all
depends.
That shit.
Yeah, it depends if they assign it. I'm sure they're going to assign a different studio to it. It's not going to be actually Bethesda because they have some, the studio that made Doom and all that. So they have some good studios under them. When Bethesda are making it, then you fucking run for the hills. Look at Starfield. What a pile of shit that game is.
Yeah, big pile of shit.
It's already fallen off the map. People have gone back to playing No Man's Sky because Starfield was so barren and just had nothing in there. Well, and let's wait for the fucking macros to kick in as well. That hasn't kicked in.
For me, I think of this game, it looks like Mass Effect. That's the first thought I got.
It looks like Fallout, but in the bloody space.
Yeah, just boring.
Yeah. It is Fallout in space, 100%. There's no originality at all. And in a way, I'm happy that it failed. I really am.
Yeah,
because you can't encourage games. You can't encourage games like this to be made as bullshit.
Yeah. So. Speaking of fans that are deluded fuckwits and are still cracks me up when they're always surprised at how greedy a company can get. We had BlizzCon this week, and most of it was just Warhammer shite. World of Warcraft, sorry, not Warhammer. It was most of it was just fucking World of Warcraft shite. It was a fantastic trailer that the human that they had, it looks so realistic up until he starts using his mouth. Then you could tell it's CGI, but fuck me, it looked amazing. But that being said, that game has a $90 pre-order on it. So if you want to pre-order it, it's $90 and you get to play it for 3 days early. $90
Wait 3 days.
And people are outraged. And I'm like, this is Blizzard. Blizzard are going to be as greedy as you fucking think. If you think they're going to be greedy, add another 10 and they'll get as greedy as that. Look how badly they fucked up Diablo 4. All right. And Diablo before that and all this kind of shit. And every time fans act shocked and angry when Blizzard do what Blizzard have been doing since they got bought by Activision. It just ridiculous. If one company is going to thrive under Microsoft, probably not. But if one is, it might be the redemption for Blizzard more than it will be for Activision. Because with Activision, it's just about Call of Duty. But with Blizzard, there are so many amazing franchises that they have that they can revive or steer the ship right, that it's more beneficial with Microsoft buying them. Of course, that's remains to be seen because they haven't had a good track record so far. Just look at Bethesda right now. But let's wait and see. But that being said, with every game that they release now, it's more a question of how fucking greedy is it going to be, not how good is it going to be. Hello, Dr. Feelgood. What is going on, good sirs? Not much. You've come at the tail end of our stream. Does anyone want to comment on what I just said about Blizzard?
No, it's just Blizzard being Blizzard, unfortunately.
Did they? Yeah. I was about to say, did they show any Hearthstone in that?
There was some Hearthstone stuff, I think. Yeah,
because the new expansion's coming out it's now the 11th of November.
Let me see if I can...
2 hours into the new day, and there's a new expansion coming out on the 14th of November. And I can't wait because I never spend a penny. For the last 7 or 8 years, I've been playing Hearthstone for almost 10 years. And I did spend some money initially on that game because I do play it. And I've got myself set up in a way that I haven't spent money in years. And I wouldn't mind spending money on it again if I had to, because I do play that game. But in that game, you can earn gold. You can earn gold, and you can buy packs of cards with that gold. And I've got like almost 13,000, which is like 130 packs if I decided to buy it. But I'm going to buy only about 50 packs.
Okay.
So
that's fair enough.
And then I'll accumulate the gold again.
Yeah. There's stuff on. So if you type in BlizzCon 2023 Hearthstone, Zam, you can watch stuff there. The presentations.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard as well. I think Glory Days are done, and the cycle
hard men
make good games, good times make weak men make bad times has occurred. That being said, companies seem to rarely recover.
Well, I mean, Ubisoft as well, they're struggling. They've had to lay off a bunch of people. And the stuff they got in the pipeline is just not fucking worth chiming in about.
Well,
World War Classic is genius. They're getting people to pay for the game twice. Yeah, exactly. Assassin's Creed. And they're going to move. My prediction for Ubisoft is they're going to become just a mobile game company instead. Even though they can't. I mean, they're such a bad company that they can't even get none of their mobile games to start. They've got a Division game that's going exclusively on mobile.
What's that new zombie game? What's it called again?
What's the new zombie game?
It looked a bit like the Division.
I think I know what one you're talking about, but
is that the one that got called out to be basically fraud?
Yeah.
Day after or something like that. It's called.
Day after. Yeah.
Yeah, or the next day or something like. And that just got called out to be a massive fraud, and that's why it's disappeared off the face of the earth. You don't hear about it anymore because it got called out. So, who is the game manufacturer you are hopeful for? I feel like so many companies are releasing broken games in alpha state, full pay. All the indie companies are doing a fucking bang up job at the moment, and they're just releasing banger after banger. Insomniac Games, after Spider-Man's success, are now just put themselves at the forefront as one of the pinnacle studios. Although I'm not a fan of their style of games because it's all fucking cutscenes and quick time events, you can't argue with the numbers. Numbers speak for themselves. And
are you looking forward to the Wolverine game that got coming out?
As long as it's not like the Spider-Man game, I am. They have to. With Wolverine, it is important that they don't release a Spider-Man-like game with claws. Okay, it's important that they make it its own thing, its own mechanics, its own style of traversing, and all this kind of shit. So there's a handful of good game studios out there, but The big AAA ones are not them. Even the Embracer Group are fucking, scrapping projects and firing staff and all this kind of Shredder, yeah, we're wrapping up. But if you want to jump off now, you can do. But yeah, we're gonna
you guys show you the game called The Day Before, and I realized that they were going to do a trailer, and it totally went under the radar for me.
We don't need to watch anything.
Yeah. That again, that was one that was called out for fraud.
Yeah, that was a big call out and fraud.
No, but there's a new trailer. I know all of that, but there is a new trailer. If you want to see it,
when did it come out?
Yeah, a few days ago.
Okay, put it on. I'd say Shredder, if you feel you want to jump off, mate, it's no problem.
Here we go.
The Day Before offers a uniquely reimagined journey into post-apocalyptic MMO open-world survival. Artfully developed by Fantastic and brought to you by the publisher Mytona. The open world of The Day Before is beautiful and richly detailed, set in the present day on the U.S. East Coast, following a deadly pandemic. The game begins after you are rescued by the survivors of the Woodbury Colony, your new refuge and safe home.
From now on, the doors of Woodbury will always be open to you.
But first, you will create your unique character. Select a personality, choose a gender, and customize every detail, immersing yourself in our vision of post-apocalyptic America. Woodbury survivors are working to rebuild the community, constantly needing supplies, building materials, and various items. Your main task is to bring as much valuable loot as possible. And in return, you'll be rewarded with the local currency known as Woodbury coins.
I mean, the voice sounds
Who the hell needs your junk?
Keep track of your health, hunger, and thirst indicators.
Oh no.
And remember, dangers are everywhere here, ranging from the vicious infected to other players who are ready to take everything from you. We've designed survival in this world to be a thrilling experience. The weapons, which can be modified, are made with maximum realism to ensure that combat remains deep and engaging at all times.
You can play first person and third person.
Each weapon boasts unique characteristics, as well as realistic reload and recoil mechanics.
This looks absolute shite.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Completing various community tasks also presents an opportunity to earn Woodbury coins.
This looks like a mobile game.
How's it going, my friend?
Yeah. Woodbury coins can be exchanged for ammo, from regular to armor-piercing, weapons, protective equipment, backpacks, food, drinks, and medicines.
Nothing like this.
You should make a game.
I wouldn't be surprised if
spa
this is a
access
fake
to
trailer.
relax, and a gym
Well, you should
to
make
work
a game
out.
you're just looking for which stock assets they've
Safeguard
used.
your accumulated items by storing them in secure storage. Exchange Woodbury coins for cars to swiftly collect loot and access distant, hard-to-reach locations.
Yeah, you have to put petrol though.
Yeah.
You will receive your own ranch, where you can purchase and upgrade houses, as well as install furniture and decorations.
No.
Wow. The realism.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Here's what I want in my post-apocalyptic
The
zombie
serves as your
survival
cozy,
game
safe
meets the
oasis
Sims.
amidst the post-apocalyptic chaos. Welcome to the next generation
This is
of
what I hate about
post-apocalyptic
fucking Fallout,
MMO
is this shit
open-world
as well.
survival
I hate
games
that
like
modern
never
game.
before.
I hate them.
Immerse yourself in the day
I
before.
guarantee you that if this is supposed to be an MMO, I guarantee you it's going to have
early
server
access
issues on
December
day
7.
one.
What'd you say?
I'm saying if this is supposed to be an MMO, I guarantee you that there's going to be server issues on day one.
Oh, for sure.
I'll guarantee you.
All right, I'm going to predict something now. That's going to flop.
Yeah, it looks shit. It looks like it's
that-
going to be a broken pile of shit, and it's going to flop. If it is real.
Yeah.
You know.
It is real because I just I looked it up and it is real.
All right, fair enough.
Look, it previously had the option to pre-order on Steam, so again, it could easily get pulled.
Yeah, it could easily get pulled. Let's wait and see. It's going to be either way. We're going to get interesting drama out of it, I reckon. So, and if it ends up being a great game, then win-win. But the fact that you have to drink and eat, you fuck off with that. That puts me off the game straight away.
Yeah.
Straight away. I refuse to buy games like that. I hated it on Red Dead Redemption 2.
the bandaging and stuff like that. The healing, I can live with. The drink and eat stuff. Oh, that's frustrating.
No, it's frustrating.
It's going to stop your gameplay.
Yeah,
I'm going to drop out now, guys.
That you're fucking full up.
Yeah, all right,
Shredder.
Take care, mate.
Daniel Vance says Larian is the only game company I trust. I truly trust to keep putting love into their creation both before and after launch. Larian, I don't know about Larian. I've never heard of them.
Oh, I think are they the Baldur's Gate one?
Oh yeah, Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, it's the Baldur's Gate one. Yeah, they've always had a good track record. To be fair,
isn't that the escape from Tarkov into? Well, he looks like
probably using the same assets as Tarkov is. Yeah, just like because you can buy those assets from other. There was no emotion in the trailer. The voice was AI. That voice was fucking AI.
Have you had the Morgan Freeman AI voice? Yeah. I thought it was a Daisy Infantry as well. Daniel Vance. That's what when I saw it. I played Daisy 10 years ago, man. Yeah, I mean, which is almost
a great game when it came out. That was great. That was so fun because it was so broken, but funny broken.
Yeah.
Same with PUBG. Like the mechanics in PUBG were fucking spectacular. The fact that you could smack grenades away with a bloody frying pan and all the kind of weird shit you could do in that. That was so much fun when that first came out.
In that game, you had to eat and drink as well. I think in Daisy.
In Daisy, I think you did, yeah, but not in PUBG, unless you got shot, in which case you had to heal yourself, which fair enough. I won like I think 3 games in a row on PUBG, just running people over. It was just fucking brilliant. And it was good on mobile as well. Like PUBG on mobile was excellent, like really fucking good. But yeah, anyway, I think that's it. I think we're done.
I didn't fall asleep this time.
No, you stayed awake the whole time. Incredible.
72 days. I napped during the evening. So
it's out for zombie survival games. The company's still churning out content. Well, fair enough. Anyway, on that note, guys, I want to thank you all for joining us. Shredder popped off just a little bit earlier, but thank you to him as well.
I'm about to say, join us tomorrow for the Loki season finale, which we'll be talking about.
Yeah, we are talking Loki. We'll give you our thoughts there, not here, so that you can join us and give us your thoughts on what you thought about it. And then also Monday, myself, Zam, and Jose will be doing a review for the Marvels. So feel free to talk about that then. I've got to spend the whole weekend avoiding spoilers for that film until we get to see it. Thankfully, we don't have to wait too long. We've got an early showing. And on that, I bid you all good night